Good morning. A little bit more KSP today. I might do KSP tomorrow. I'm teetering. I don't know. I love the game. But I'm really thinking about playing other games and stretching it out, you know? Partially because we're in kind of a transition period with JNSQ and with the current version, where there's a lot of things that we're trying to use that need a little bit of tweaking, need fixed up a little bit, and eventually over time that will probably happen. Ooh, I'm really tempted to actually grab these station parts now. I was thinking about it last night when we got done, and I think I want to turn our telescope into a science station to get a lab up there. And I was also kind of thinking, if we're going to turn it into a science station, we may as well also use that science station as a hotel and bring tourists up to it to help pay for it. But if I'm going to make a science station, there's a couple of things that I want. I do want to get the station service module eventually. We'll be using that quite a bit to send up goodies. We have to get recycling. We have to get storage technology. So there are a few things that we could get with a telescope that's not connected to anything. But I do think that I want to put up like a proper observatory. And we also need to put up that hotel. To put up the hotel and to get paid for it, we have to do a tour, and I'm pretty much just putting that off until daytime, but we might as well go ahead and time warp to it. So we did have a station prototype that we were messing around with, and I don't think I saved any of the stuff that we were doing yesterday either. I think that this is our deployer, saved as untitled spacecraft. I may have actually lost the entire build. Oh, good, okay. No, we did save it as Space Telescope. Okay, cool. So we didn't lose any of our progress from yesterday. That makes me happy. I think the only problem that we're going to have with this guy... I think I want to make it a little bit more short-term than what we've designed here. Actually, maybe I don't, because it would make sense for the laboratory to have a tool that would actually go around to the different biomes so that the laboratory can stay in orbit around the homeworld. So how would we adapt this to become that tool? I'm also thinking that this might be more stable if I mount it to the side of one of these. Because right now I have my RCS balance for it to be controlled from probe core in the center. Not a probe core that's at the top of it and pointed off toward the side. So if I were to move all of this flat, I guess I could show you what I mean. Just brainstorming here. I'm not completely convinced that this is what we'll do. But I was kind of thinking something more like this. I'd have to relocate anything that's in front of this. I pretty much have to redo the entire probe, honestly. But we can do that. And I'd still want one antenna that points forward and one antenna that points back. So the antenna, I think, can safely be mounted underneath of this. Maybe not, because of the receiver here. It would have to be offset somehow. It could do multiple antenna. I was also kind of considering... Oh, and I forgot... what do you call it? TAC, self-destruct. Shit. I'd even opened up CCAN this morning specifically just to do that, and then I forgot. TAC self-destruct. I think it'll let me apply it now. It won't be in the game right now until we launch again. Okay, cool. I was fairly certain that it would let me add it, but I wasn't positive. I want TAC self-destruct. Sorry, TAC self-destruct to get rid of this eventually. Another thing that we could do is leave this up, the maneuvering stage. Plan for that to be left around like one or the other of the moon and turn it into a satellite. Use a satellite as our repositioning stage. That would give us one of our eventual satellites that we want around the moon. I don't know. Restructuring this might be a pain in the ass. Because I'm not really seeing any way to fully offset the imbalance of having the one telescope. I guess obviously we could just duplicate it and we could have two telescopes, but I wouldn't want that. I would want to, you know, go the extra mile to put the engineering effort into it. I think all we would really have to do is break up the RCS thrusters into two different groups and attach that one and that one on both the top and the bottom independently of these two, because these two would have to be moved up on the probe. And then I suppose one thing that we could do is, instead of disabling both thrusters on this, re-enable the front thrusters and then balance them out with the rear thrusters, so that this is a little bit more stable. So if I go with a QBE, and if we plan on designing this so that, okay, let's see, it's made to turn to the side to head to the east, and I want it to nose down to the east. I think that's what I want. I'm just throwing the probe core out on the pad to see what orientation my nav ball is going to be in. It's backwards. So now I just pick it up and pivot it around twice. And then we're on the money. And then I'm going to make a mental note. I've never really done it with just the probe core, so I want the little sticker to be pointed toward the back of the VAB anytime that I want to do that. I think that's consistent with all of the stock probe cores. Pretty sure. And I didn't want to change the orientation of this. I was also kind of thinking about if we're going to offset it, going with one of these trusses, because they do have different subtypes that include liquid fuel and oxidizer. I don't know if we have a monopropellant. We do, we have monopropellant and battery, which is like fucking perfect. We have xenon, we have liquid hydrogen, with or without oxidizer, we have lithium, and we have argon. I think for our purposes, we're most interested in monopropellant. But I can't... maybe I can. I guess I can surface attach that. Well, that's wonderful. Just because if I can surface attach this, if I can figure out how to rotate, then the probe core can actually go right into the middle. Become one with our monopropellant tank and battery storage. That actually cut a lot of parts out. How much monopropellant did we actually get? We got 100 units, which really isn't shit. That's not a whole lot. One of the coolest things about this, though, is now if I have a part that's up on the top, I can move the entire thing, and I can use the probe core right in the center to offset weight. So it just opens up an additional option for us. So I do think that I like that part. I don't know if these will end up staying. But we do have some adapters. And these are scalable. All three of these are scalable, but I can't add anything funny or interesting to these, to the inner parts. So what I'm kind of thinking here is a two-part vessel, one part where people would live, and this part attaching to the top of it to give us our instrument. Them adapting one of them so that it can maneuver itself around. We could actually probably adapt both of them and launch multiple. Then the telescope can go out, take the photographs, and then return to the observatory. I'm just looking to see what other structural pieces we've opened right now. See if there's anything else that we need. I don't think so. Now, if I'm going to make this into a probe that's going to dock to things, then I don't think I want to go with this particular one. Even though I think it would look the best with a parts offset, I think it would be very, very difficult for me to balance this out with our thruster blocks. It might not be too bad. We do have three-way thruster blocks. What we need is a set that's basically pointed in like a V. So if we look at it from the side, I need a set of thrusters that's pointed upward, and we do have that. We need a set that's pointed backward, and we have all three of them basically pointed backward. We need thrusters off to the side, and that's the problem, I guess. Yeah, that won't work. Not that particular one. What about one like this? No, I don't think there's gonna be a good option for a three-way. Because I think these are all designed to go into a four-way. Well, that might be an option, though. What if we were to do a four-way? That would be perfect. 2 pointed off in every direction, 4 pointed backward. And it doesn't really detract from the rest of it. That would do, donkey. Then we could fill the rest of this up with additional monopropellant too. We could just move it so that it's integrated into the cage here. But there are a couple of additional pieces that I want on this too. So let's start with the most important one. That would be the telescope itself. Probably the second most important one would be a docking port. And then our antenna. So when I'm pivoting around, I'm just looking for little parts like that that are clipping through, because that'll kind of determine how far down I can attach this. Okay. So once this is open, we could still have an antenna right behind it. I don't know if I'm okay with it not actually attaching to anything, but I think what we'll end up doing is trying to figure out what tanks we can put monoprop in. I'm hoping that one of these little guys will be able to hold monopropellant. Otherwise, we just don't have a whole lot of options for monoprop. I mean, we have these guys, we have the smaller version modular upper stage, so we can, I think, configure that however the hell we want. And I can't recall if SSTU will allow me to do monopropellant, so we'll check it. We have derp tanks, which are just little fellers. That one holds 25, so actually I think that's the same as this one, isn't it? Oh, it's a little bit bigger. This one holds 20. This little guy holds 25, and this one holds 16. And then we have just the regular monoprop tanks. We have 3 of them available right now. RCS fuel tanks, 4 of them available. 4 here. Let's check out SSTU. Nice, so we can do monopropellant with SSTU. So now I'm just kind of brainstorming, how do we want this to look? Where exactly do we want to put these tanks? I'm thinking 3 tanks directly underneath this piece and filling in the void here and here. Can I radially attach you? Okay, cool. So if I take the core down to something that's just about the same length, but lower the diameter, if I give it any kind of an interesting looking top, maybe one of those curved nose cones if they're an option. And then the bottom too. I thought that we had a nose cone bottom. I wonder if it's under mount. It is, but it's going to be pointed in the opposite direction of the upper. I was kind of hoping that I would have one that was 4 complete toroidal tanks, but it looks like it didn't. Not at that diameter. I think I like it. We didn't actually gain a whole lot of monopropellant though off of that piece. Trying to get my view to where I can actually click on it again. Just want to right click menu. Oh, my angle's off too, so I definitely need to click on it again. Let's go ahead and move this up. So I get, that's not bad, 66 monopropellant per tank. And I just noticed that these are clipping into that, but I don't think that that's really going to be an issue because I'm probably going to take these off and go with 5-way thrusters. Here, 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 and here in 2 different sets so that we can actually balance all of this out. So I think that'll look better when we move one set up higher on the probe. So I want this antenna to deploy normally, facing backward, facing opposite of the telescope. And then same as what we did yesterday, I want another antenna. I'm going to try to match it up with the mirrored image of a radially attached part. to get it in roughly the same spot. And then I'll turn off symmetry before I actually attach it. And that one will deploy reversed. So it won't be perfect, but it should be pretty damn close. And then I think I'm going to add additional tanks inside of this thing, because it just seems like a lot of wasted space. And I wonder if these will work. Perfect. And that puts us up to 539 units of monopropellant, 539.2, 850 electric charge currently. I might add a little bit more, but I'm not sure where. I think one more right in here probably is gonna happen. Probably. I guess that one doesn't really matter. I was actually considering adding that one more for looks than anything, and it would go pretty much just right in the middle. So, attach it off to the side. Thing is, though, I mean, we don't really get a whole lot out of that one. I guess every little bit helps, but we're gonna cover that up with a capacitor, probably. Probably on both sides. So it doesn't really matter if there's another tank in there because we won't be able to see it, right? Okay, so if we're gonna use this as a relay, I probably want some more powerful antenna as well. One of these for active vessel, one of these for the surface. But then I would probably want some to connect it to the rest of the antennas that are out there. But now I'm kind of thinking, fuck that. Oh, and I don't know if I can actually have this here. I forgot to check it with this closed because of this part. It just barely will work if I move this one back a little bit further. Actually, I don't know if I can get away with that, with moving that inside the tank like that. This is going to be a joy to balance. So, outside of that, what do we need? We need solar panels. Previously, we were using these little guys. I think we were using the medium version. I don't think I want 8 of them. I want to go into mirrored symmetry. I'm wondering if those wouldn't look better if they just go directly out to the side, though. And then I probably just have to move them up. That'll be a little bit higher that the monopropellant nozzles have to go. We can move them down and in and use them as kind of a counterweight. Try to balance out the difference in mass. Actually, with the solar panels, with the probe core, and with the telescope forward and backward. Because we're definitely a little heavier on the top, so moving these down and inward might work out. Just don't know if they'll be able to deploy properly. I think this looks a lot more space probe-y so far, though. No, we don't have to go with these. I don't think that I have any surface antenna, though. I'm pretty sure that everything that I have is some sort of deploying antenna. Deploying solar panel. Ooh, those are even bigger. Ooh. What was the deal with these? We've looked at these. Oh, right, they weigh half a ton a piece. Whereas this one that I've set aside over here weighs 0.05 ton instead of 0.5. So much more better. I'm just brainstorming on whether it'd be worth the effort to go and cover this with solar panels and whether it would look better. Because if I do it, like, the very last thing we're gonna do is figure out the RCS thruster blocks. Everything else will take precedence and be done before that. I guess these are my big ones. And then I have the little standard ones. And we do have these panels as well. And it shouldn't matter that they have a built-in standoff. But the antenna is going to conflict with another one in the center here. But I like where the antenna is. I don't think I want to change that. I don't think that I'm going to end up adding this into the communication network either, now that we're kind of looking at it. I was actually kind of hoping to add that at an angle, but my tank is in the way. Yeah, and even if I do that, I don't think that I'll be able to pack away the antenna the way that I want. So I don't think that set's gonna happen. I definitely do want the deploying antenna there. I'm wondering if I can fit 2 of these if I downscale them. I think I'm going to nudge that one back and turn these over on their side. Only problem is there's nothing for that to actually attach to. So I'm looking at the other solar panels to see if this is something that I actually want to do. I think it looks okay. I think I want more up on the top. But I had this thing in the way, so I put them on in mirrored symmetry so that that one is paired with that one and that one is paired with that one, rather than, well, that one there, rather than three-way symmetry, because I wasn't sure how they would work out with that thing. I guess we could always put them there, but they're going to be blocked. So either way, I guess it really doesn't matter as long as they fit in here well. And it looks like I have all the rest of them pretty well lined up on this line here, so let's see if we can get this one, yeah, right about there, and then another one right behind it. They're not gonna do a lot, but then it just looks like we took out part of a panel so that we could add the telescope. So this time I did add these in mirrored symmetry. And because of the way that they add mirrored symmetry in the VAB, one will point forward and one will point backward. So I'm very happy about that, but I'm not at all happy about the fact that they're just attached to nothing here. They're just attached to magic. so what I have to do is pick this one up and reattach it. Oh shit. Even if I do that, that's not gonna connect properly? You bastard. Can't live like this. There's really no happy middle ground either. I see. It's because the part's not centered on the mount. The part's centered on the little extension here. Well, there's nothing else to do about it. We just won't use symmetry. Trying to attach it as close to where that one was attached as possible. And then this is gonna have to move in pretty far. I'm trying to think of the smartest way for us to do this so that they'll match up. Guess I'll use that as a stencil for this one. It's gonna be a real bitch to balance though. I think I'm just gonna be happier if they both point the same way and one of them retracts reversed. Or one of them activates or deploys or whatever in reverse. Because then we'll just get rid of that one entirely for now. Then they can both be mounted back here. I wonder why I'm not getting the same angle with this one. Ah, because angle snap is off. That'll do it every time. Okay, so let's line up this bar on the back, just the edge of the texture, with that bar there when we attach. Nope, still the same problem. You finicky bastard. Suppose I just have to find something else to align off of. So if I put it over here, then it's fine. yeah, that's going to make it really, really difficult to balance this. The more parts that I have on the front or the back, the top side or the bottom side, even on the sides, then the more finnicking, the more messing around with the monopropellant thrusters I'm going to have to do. Which makes me a little nervous. What if I attach you over here? No, it's not going to work. I really wish that there were a way for me to select a part and remove symmetry or add symmetry so that I could put one part on in symmetry and match it up perfectly with this one, then click on the one that I want to keep and get rid of the other one, but there isn't any way that I'm aware of. Which is a pain in the ass. I also gotta fix that solar panel, don't let me forget. See, the problem is if I attach that one, I'm not sure what the hell I'm going to do over on this side, because... Actually, okay. If that one's at a right angle, we can figure this out. So I need a line from front to back that I can line up to. Because 90-degree angles we can do. So I've lined it up with the front of the larger solar panel. It's actually a little bit forward, isn't it? Fix this right now. There. Now they're too close to one another right here for both of them to be able to deploy, I think. Oh, look at that. There is a gap. That would actually work out perfectly. All the gizzard dizand. I'm totally okay with that. Now our big pain in the ass is going to be these solar panels, because there's only so far that I can move them before they conflict with something else. But I do know that I want at least 2 tracking solar panels. Whoops. When I moved these level, I clipped through the tank down there. Oh shit. Another part of... another permanent. I need this solar panel over here. I did it on both the front and the back when I moved them flush from this view. Like, oh yeah, that's pretty fucking flush, but they're gonna be blocked by the texture of the part that they're attached to. So I think I need to move this forward. I gotta get my camera view inside there. The RCS blocks, these ones are from Restock, I think. Restock Plus. Just want to nudge those out a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong panel entirely. There we go. Honestly, I kind of like it so far. I think I like it more than the previous one that we built. It's definitely a bit bigger though. This is 4 tons so far. But methinks me digs it. So these are gonna have to go, and I'm going to reattach the new ones to the capacitor. That's why I wanted some sort of an end cap on here. Then I need to disable the central ones, and I want another set that'll be on the maneuvering portion of this that'll be balanced for the entire thing, and then we'll reactivate the ones in the middle when we separate from that. And I don't know. What I'm debating now is whether to give this an orbital maneuvering engine that'll also run off of monopropellant. And I don't know if I want to, because I don't think it's going to get a whole lot of push out of it. I'd like to go with our smallest, most efficient option. That's actually not that bad. 2000 DV. We are going to be consuming the monopropellant that would normally use as fuel, though. So it won't actually be 2000 DV. Oh, and a major oversight here. We have absolutely 0 thrust torque, which we're relying on to take a stable photo. And that could be a problem. For that, I think I want that attached to the probe core. Previously, on the one that we built yesterday, we used a different kind of probe core that had built-in gyroscopes. And even though mandatory RCS does nerf the shit out of them, they do still work a little bit. So another thing that I think I want is the custom probe core. I want the custom probe core, and I want just a small inline reaction wheel, or even radial gyroscopes. If I go with radial gyroscopes, I actually want 2 though. Just making sure that I put those on in the center. They're not very powerful already, but I do think that they'll help when we take photos. That'll give us a little bit more ballast inside of this thing to move it up and down as needed. And I'm wondering if I shouldn't have pivoted this entire thing the other way before we transition to controlling it from here. I wonder if it's better to have it controlled, because I don't think I'm going to be able to perform a burn with either of these 2 control points in its current orientation. Do you think that this needs to be turned this way? Forgot about that part of it. Okay, now that we have an engine on here, we can actually view the thrust torque. So, is that enough ballast? It's not enough ballast. I'm going to move it to as close to the surface of this as I can get it without any of the fiddly bits poking through. which is probably somewhere right around there. I think I'm gonna actually move this off of it again, because I can move the ballast a little bit higher if I reattach these to the other two sides. That probe core just doesn't weigh anything. I wonder if I should throw some fuel or something on there. The problem with using fuel as a ballast is that it will drain and then your ballast is changing. But I can't really think of anything else that I would put on there. I guess our engineer chip can go on there. That doesn't weigh much of anything either though, so it's not going to matter a whole lot. If I can find it. Oh, my mouse was on it. Home row keys. Give it a little hat. We also have a MechJeb chip that we can put on there, but I think MechJeb is integrated into the probe core that we're using. Pretty sure. I can't really think of anything else to put on this other than the monopropellant. Doesn't really matter how this looks, nobody's ever gonna see it again. Let's move those up and we'll just throw two of these little radial tanks on. I call them little, they're the size of the probe core. So I want to see how far can I move them up before they clip through the textures, and then I just want to move them back a little bit and see what our torque is down to. That brought it all the way down to 0.12. Originally it was at 0.5, so the additional ballast does help a little bit. And that's without repositioning the monopropellant thrusters or anything. Let's see if up and down is going to matter. Not really, it's mostly the part offset from the telescope. So I need to reattach these guys. There. And I have to attach them in radial or in mirrored symmetry so that I can move them both up and down. And then these will be the second part of our ballast. So they would actually have to move like right in the middle of these. I don't like that. I don't think that's going to be an acceptable solution. I'm going to move them as high as I can so that they look okay. Which is probably somewhere right in there. And do we need a structural piece? We kind of do. That'll actually help. But that's about as high up as I can move them. We're getting closer. I did overlook our Omni antenna. Let's go ahead and add that, and we'll add it to the top there. So since we're moving our stuff up to the top of this to add additional weight, it appears that these are actually fairly heavy compared to that guy. Weird. Hello, Private Paula. We're redoing everything that we did yesterday. I know I can radial attach that, I just can't attach it directly to the antenna. To the telescope, rather. And I want it, like, right in the middle of the bottom of the telescope. So it should be safe there. That adds one extra part up here. No, it wasn't that bad, but it was quite a bit more limited than what we have going on here. And we've saved a few parts. Unfortunately, this is bigger for sure. This is a larger payload. I think it's twice the size of the previous one. But what I was thinking is this guy can have a docking port on the front, and I need to actually add that too. This guy can have a docking port on the front. And then our telescope, I think, is going to be more stable if we can move the monopropellant nozzles further out on the vessel when we're going to take the photographs. So instead of it just being attached to the front of a very small probe, where a little tiny bit of monopropellant thrust is going to have a huge effect, I want to put it onto something larger with the thrusters more stable and further away from the center of it. But it really wasn't that bad. There was no real downside to it. Let me make sure that that's not clipping into that solar panel on the bottom there, because that looks super close. I think it might be fine. Plus, I think it looks a little bit better with it attached to the side rather than just being on the front there. But it is more of a pain in the ass to build. So there's that. All in all, though, I do kind of like the look of it. Just shimmying shit around to see what is going to affect our torque there. We're down to 0.08. So we're fairly low. So I'm just moving all of these down to basically, you know, the center of this, where the antenna is, where these attach. I want these to match up with it. Hopefully they'll work okay. Now, what the hell else can I do here? I can't really think of anything else that I can do here. So what we're gonna do is just reposition the engine. So I need to pop the engine back off. And when I attach it, I need to make sure that I'm in radial symmetry. And then I can move the engine itself up and down. So I can get our torque down to 0.01 just by off-centering the engine a little bit. Not too bad. Like, definitely within tolerance, definitely doable. And then for a docking port. What do we want to use? We've got some pretty nifty ones. I actually really like the look of that on this. Cool thing about that one is that it does deploy too. The downside of that one is that since it's the same size as the capacitor that it's attached to, it's going to look a little funky if I offset it. So the offset will probably be on the engine again. I really wish that I had a curved tank. I keep forgetting to write a mod manager patch to add monopropellant as an option for our curved tanks. I need to do that. I wonder if actually another set of curved tanks to create a bell around this might not be the answer for that 0.01, because then I could just do 4-way symmetry, 2-way symmetry, and then for the other two, put them on them radial so that they can be shifted off center a little bit to take care of that, and that would add additional delta V to our total there. We're so freaking close to balanced here. I'm not seeing any way to zero it. I'm wondering if it's not an offset between these two that'll get us down to 0. No, it doesn't look like these are going to matter all that much. If they did, then I would see that number go up or down when I moved one set. So freaking close, though. Well, we use the thruster blocks themselves, so let's get rid of this set. It's a good set, and that would totally work if we wanted to go that way. I also want to change the mount to bare, so that we don't have the handholds on any of that. The only problem that I have with the telescopic docking port is occasionally it'll retract itself when the vessel's not loaded, so every now and then we'll switch over to a vessel when this is docked to something, and this will be retracted, and there will be a gap there. It'll still be docked, but it does look a little funny. It's the only thing that really makes me hesitate about that. But otherwise, like, I do like the look of it for this build. I think I'm gonna try maybe the tanks. That won't work. It would actually have to be these two that are adjustable. So these will have to go on this way. I think I'll just rotate those around to wherever they'll look better once I get these where I want them. Is there anything that I didn't do in symmetry anywhere else on here? I don't think that there is. Okay, now how the fuck did that happen? How do I have something that weighs more on this side than this side? Totally cheaty. But I'm just gonna leave that tank in there to offset the weight, because we were able to zero out. That's so weird though. I don't know how the fuck I did that. I feel like I attached something in the wrong symmetry somewhere. So I'm looking at my different angles here to see if there's a part that was maybe just attached a little bit askew. I'm not seeing any. Might be these main tanks. How funky. I do think that they're off a little bit. So let me get rid of that little guy that I left in here, wherever the hell that he went. That's gonna throw off the whole damn vessel. There he is, right there. Now I could pick him up and put him back down. I think it might be safer for us to just shimmy it over, I don't know. I guess if I fuck it up this way, we can just pick it up and put it back down. Because I think that these just need to go over to the side. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'd rotated the tank a little bit, so it attached at the right spot, but off at an angle? Weird. I'm not sure how the hell I managed that. But moving him back didn't seem to work, so I'm gonna get rid of him entirely. I'm gonna rebuild it. try this one more time here. Yeah, I think that's what happened. It's just so weird not to be able to zero out the torque on a vessel. But I think we solved the mystery. Maybe. I don't know. No, I still can't zero it. I got it down to 0.02. 0.01 if I clip through on our parts there, which I don't want to do. Am I gonna have to take this apart? I wonder if the chip would do that. Because the only wild card in here is that chip. I don't think it would. I'm gonna pop it off for now. The only thing that I can think of that wasn't put on in some sort of a symmetry. I just kind of eyeballed it. Yeah, I still can't get it down to 0. What a pain. So I'm checking all of my other tanks that I've attached just to make sure that those aren't off at an odd angle. But they look good. This set looks totally centered. The set on the back looks... Well, the set on the back should be the same because we duplicated the part and just whipped it around. Do not know. Yeah, totally blank. I have no fucking clue. Unless the monopropellant tank inside of this girder that we've adapted to be batteries and monopropellant is stacked on one side instead of the center, which wouldn't really make any sense, but we can find out by taking out the monopropellant. and then adjusting. Because all the rest of this I think should be just fine. Well, fuck it. We'll go with 0.01. It's barely any. Oh crap, if I can get it back to 0.01. And we'll take it up and see how it does. This is gonna have a fairly large fairing though. Let's go ahead and retract these guys. Make sure that they're in the right spot because I didn't double check their distance from the solar panel. I think it is the antennas. One of them was just a little bit further away from the solar panel than the other. So to match them up, I think I'm just going to move them like almost flush with the solar panel. And then we'll try to fiddle with the engine again. I guess that would actually make sense, wouldn't it? Why we had to have an extra piece of ballast that was kind of off at an angle on the one side if one of these was a different distance from the main center of mass than the other. I had kind of fiddled with them, so I had thought that I had eliminated them as a possibility, but I had only moved them up and down on the vessel, not in and out, closer to and further away from the center of mass. And their position on the piece that they're attaching to may also affect it. But we should be able to negate that. No, I think I made a copy. So their place that they're attached to should be just fine. It's just a matter of getting them here. Maybe if I match the base up with that, it'll be easier to tell what the fuck I'm doing. There we go. So then if I move this guy, can we get a 0? Maybe. Oh, I just noticed that one of our internal tanks is poking through, you little bastard. So this needs to go like that. The solar panels are a little off. In that gap in between these two. Oh, the wing ones, yeah, we had to move those closer to the telescope to try and offset some of the differences in weight throughout the vessel. Okay, let's pop this guy off and put it back on in neutral. Still at 0.1. Balls. Those are a pain in the ass to put on, but if I take them off... would that solve our problem? Because if it does, then I'll just attach them a different way. No, still got a problem. Well, fuck it. I think we've done enough fiddling with it that one little problem's no big deal. I think what I want to do... let's try this. Let's take just this part. Then if I disable symmetry, I wonder if I can attach these to it the way that I want them. It's like these are off at a bit of an angle, so I'm going to grab a new one. Yeah, the engine gimbals. And I'm sure we can defeat 0.01 torque. But I would have liked to have balanced everything out before I go and try to balance the monopropellant nozzles. Would have been nice. I like to use the flight computer to execute commands. So the higher the value that we end up with there, even if it's just a little one, the less accurate the flight computer can be. It'll start to throttle down when it's pretty close to its delta V target. And I think I'm actually just gonna go to compact on this. And then it'll start to like overcorrect and do all kinds of crazy shit. So lower is definitely better, but eh. We gave it a damn good go, I think. Where do we want to put lighting? All in all, being a telescope, I mean, it really shouldn't have lights. Other than lights for us to illuminate it when we go to dock with it. Howdy, Doc. I don't know, we haven't been there yet today. We're redesigning the telescope that we put together yesterday because I wanted to side mount it. And I'm running into a part offset issue. So as far as thruster blocks, can't decide if I want to go with a tri-directional or 5-way. I think I do want to go with the tri-directional. Oh, no. I do want to go with the 5-way. Because I need to put these on in 2 different groups. I need this set in radial symmetry, so that it can be relocated. Need another set for bookmark. So that I can just line up the place that they attach with another set that's in just regular symmetry, but only in two-way symmetry. And hopefully I can get the parts that I don't want out of there. And then we'll use, what do you call it? The RCS build aid for the rest of it. Yeah, probably not going to be able to do that with thruster blocks. There's no, like, odd part that I can really click on. Oh, nope, that'll work. Because that's the set that I want to keep. This set goes. This is the set that will adjust to balance out our thrust, so that should be okay. Same thing down here. Vessels disappear. Oh, no, I haven't had that problem. Vessels disappear from a lunar orbit in 1.7 and 1.2. I haven't had that problem yet, but we're playing with we're playing on a scaled solar system, and we're playing with mandatory RCS and USI life support. So you're further ahead in your playthrough than I am. I haven't put anything around the moon yet. Our first vessel that's going to go around the moon is just now on its way. Took out Restock and Restock Plus, and you haven't had the problem since. Well, shit, I hope we don't run into that. Thanks for the heads up on it, though. We will keep an eye out for sure. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Control Z. I wanted to move the arms of this out a little bit. Because it's clipping into the solar panel up here. Okay, 5-way thruster blocks again, and it's gonna have to be the same deal. These two will go on a mirrored symmetry. This is gonna be a pain in the butt to balance out, but hopefully not too bad. I didn't do that right at all, I can tell right now. Should be close enough, I hope. So, RCS build aid, help me. What do you think? Oh, are these restock again? Shit. For some reason it doesn't... I don't think it works with, Oh, okay, it does. It does. I was thinking that I wasn't working with, the restock nozzles, but apparently it's just fine. So I think that the front of this is a little bit heavier than the back of this, but I'm not really sure. But I think I'll start with this set. Nope, looks like it's the opposite. The back is heavier. Uh-oh, might have to go for a reposition. Or just add some linear thruster blocks. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's the whole reason that we attach these in radial or in mirrored symmetry. Damn. I don't know how the hell I'm going to balance this out then. I was hoping that 4 on either end would be the way to go. I think what I'll do is transition over to linear thruster blocks on the 2 sides then. Because we'll still have a thruster from these ones that's pointed in every direction. So I'll get rid of those guys. Make sure that these are up to maximum. Carthax! Thank you for the follow. Lovely name, too. Yeah, there's some extra weight over here, and I have no idea how or why. I hate to tear this apart, but I think I'm gonna have to tear it apart. I think I gotta figure that shit out. I don't get it. It looks like that tank's lined up properly, these tanks appear to be lined up properly, these tanks appear to be lined up properly. The only thing I can think of is the 3-way configuration. I mean, we do have some odd part offset, but we should still be able to find a balance somewhere in here because we did do everything 2x2, so it is symmetrical as far as how we attached it. I also need to move these in a little bit. I hadn't noticed that they were so far out. Because these were put on with angle snap. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a turn. Even just thrusting forward, which we shouldn't have. Oh, I have an offset engine, so that won't actually help. So never mind that. I was going to take this and just pivot it around and reattach it and do the same with the front one and see if we had an offset that way too. So all I'm doing now is removing variables. Oh, you know, one thing that I hadn't considered, what if I attached this to the probe core off at an angle? That could be a thing too. So let's put this back on just the attach node. Thrusting. Because I do have this whole damn thing radially attached to the probe, so that we could use the probe as ballast. So what if I clicked just a little bit off to the side rather than centered? You know, it probably did, and I probably just invalidated like all the shit that I've done to this thing with that one little oversight. Still not seeing a 0, but I've offset so many other parts that that could be the problem. So let's just put that back on in neutral. Let's go ahead and reattach. Let's see, that one's a duplicate, that can go away. We don't need the monopropellant nozzles. Not yet. Throw that back on, get rid of those. Yeah, that was the fucking problem the whole time. Beat my head on a fucking wall. When I first attached the truss to the probe core, I just had my mouse off a little bit to the side. Okay, well, I don't want any of those pieces to clip through. Gonna reattach those and mirrored so that I can reposition them a little bit further downward. Yeah, I guess at least we did figure it out eventually. Now it just comes down to not being able to move this in like little tiny itty bitty movements. But I think we can 0 it. There, look at that. All that work, all I had to do is pick the whole thing up, reattach it. Pain in the ass. But we did get it. So I totally forgot about lighting again, didn't I? I almost feel like the telescope itself should point backward, because I think the lighting should be more up here. I actually think this has an integrated docking light, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it does. So maybe no lighting, because you wouldn't want light to fudge up your photographs, would you? I think I still have to reposition one of these thruster blocks. Pretty sure that this set needs to move upward. And I'm wondering if there's a cheesy way that I can do that, since they're attaching to the same part. Wonder if I can copy this part, flip it upside down. Nah, then it would be... Well, what if I flipped it upside down and rotated it? Because the nozzle doesn't give a shit, I don't think. So I need to leave that attached. Yeah, that'll totally work. Pretty sure. Ah, damn it, I forgot that the tanks are attached to that one. Shit. Guess I do the same thing, but opposite. Okay, so I'm gonna swap these out for a 4-way. But I may end up actually having to tear this whole thing apart and put in just linear nozzles. Forward and backward are fine. Translating downward, yeah, out to any of the sides is off just a little bit. Damn, I'm gonna have to get rid of those too. And then if we're still having a problem when I go down to 4-way, we'll just add, wherever we need power, we'll add linear thrusters, and we'll use those to do the rest of the balancing. just making sure that I have the right symmetry enabled. Oh. Forward and backward are great. Then when it comes to translation upward and downward, that'll do. So this should be fully capable of docking to something else if it needs to. More than likely, though, something else would come and dock to it whenever we need to pull our signs off of it. And then the one thing that I'm still considering, so when this is open, oh good, it's already pointed backwards. I had done that completely on accident somehow throughout all the flipping around that we did there. But what I was thinking is if we have something docked to this that's getting the information, there may be a reason for us to actually still take a photograph while we're docked to it. So it would be nice for the telescope to point backward. Plus, the light from the docking port would degrade the quality of the images that we would get off of this. So it only makes sense for this to point back toward the engine, which won't be firing when we take a photograph, but the light on the docking port may in fact be lit when we're firing, or when we're taking photographs. So then this solar panel is bugging the shit out of me. But am I gonna fuck everything up if I try to move that in a little bit more flush? I might. Mix shot, thank you for the follow. The balance with the telescope? What do you mean? Oh man, and I forgot that stupid little chip, didn't I? Let me just double check that I didn't throw these off. Nope, we still look like we're balanced. I need to put that stinking little chip in here somewhere, though. I think I'll just slide it right under the telescope. Oh no, thankfully the balance stays the same whether the telescope is deployed or not. Otherwise, oh the nightmares. Oh, the crying. Anything gonna clip into that now that I've moved it? No, that looks fine. Man, that would suck if otherwise I would have to have duplicate sets of RCS nozzles, and we would have to deactivate one set and reactivate the other, depending on whether the telescope was deployed or not. Oh, stretch time. Yes. Oh. So I'm thinking all that looks good. The only other thing that I totally fucking forgot until right now is the dipole antenna. And I wanted that on the belly, and I totally freaking forgot about it. I think I'm gonna put that chip on it too. Wrong hole. Control Z. You go up there. Now that I'm taking away your chip. So this is gonna throw off the balance, which sucks. But we'll learn to live with it. I want just one of these on planar, rotate it around, flat there. I'm going to use that to attach the dipole antenna, and I'm going to offset the dipole antenna in whatever direction we have to, so that it won't clip into any of the other antennas. Hopefully I can fit it in there. I wonder if I should actually put that beneath the solar panels. I'm looking at the textures for like what these are attached to see which direction I would want to offset this. I think we'll start off with a quarter turn. I think that will work. I think rather than that, I'm going to gap the solar panels a little bit. Oh, and honestly, I should probably attach the damn antenna before I finish that up. You know, I think this will actually look okay if I move it all the way down. Ah, damn it. It's supposed to be on the move tool. That back. If I move this down to attach to like those cables that are inside there, but I think it'll still be able to deploy from within the part, because the game doesn't seem to care about clipping through stuff as much as I do. And that way it's pretty well totally hidden. It is going to be a fucking nightmare to click on, but all I have to do is find one little end of that and I can click on it and deploy it. From the spicy ramen? Yeah. It really wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as eating a bunch of peppers, thankfully. But the the cramps. It's like, ugh. When you needed to hit the restroom, you knew you needed to hit it. But yeah, not all in all, not all that bad. The worst part of it, all things considered, was that I didn't have enough time to fully cook the noodles, and they tasted absolutely fucking terrible. Like, I was almost thankful that the sauce was so goddamn hot, because it covered up the taste of those atrocious noodles a little bit. I'm sure the noodles are fine if you cook them properly, but we were all supposed to eat it at the same time, and I didn't know that they had started cooking when they did, so mine were not totally done. It's like eating like half-cooked ramen. It literally took like 2 days to get that taste out of my mouth. Had to feed yourself just so go with that leather mouth? Oh dear. Okay, so now that I have all that bullshit in, I think the only thing that we should have to redo is the extra linear ports, and I'm totally wrong. Apparently it'll all work out just fine. Okay, so let's also check the angle on these extra solar panels. Make sure that when they're folded up, they're not clipping into anything. They look fine. I think for pre-deployment, I just want them pointed forward. Everything else looks good. Nice. Too much salt? Oh no. What project are we over-engineering today? Just a telescope. Just a telescope that has a docking port on it this time. So, let's take it up into space and see how it does. We are going to put a maneuvering stage on there. I was going to put on the modular upper stage, and I still might, because it does have a hell of a lot of options. The most important ones for us are going to be a fuel type, because we could add additional monopropellant to this. But, I don't know, I think we're so far at this point. Maybe fuck it. Monoprop. There we go. Oh, and it does store, it does have power too. Yeah, we made a much smaller version of this, earlier. But I didn't like it. I didn't like the antenna being mounted on the nose. I wanted the antenna mounted on the side. And then I thought that the three-way symmetry of this truss piece would look pretty good too, since we can use it as a monopropellant tank and an extra set of batteries. Not that we need the batteries, to be honest, but... Looking at all the different options here, it's just overwhelming. SSTU is such a great mod. I don't know, for the additional 226 monopropellant, I'm thinking that this isn't worth doing. That would add a third to our total of monopropellant, but we already have a fairly outrageous burn time to be able to achieve what the 1,900 delta V that we're going to get out of it. So one last consideration: all of our thrusters need to be disabled. Then in our action groups, action group number 1 needs to toggle them back on. That way, the deployer, if it needs to use monopropellant to perform its burn to get this up into orbit, will consume its own monopropellant and hopefully won't run out and start to consume the monopropellant that's on the actual telescope. This would be Space Telescope, which is the name of the piece of equipment. Hopefully I'm not going to mess anything up. Space Telescope 2. We already have a Space Telescope 1. Did I get all the blocks? Yeah, I think I did. So our first thing, we just want to get the thing into space. We want to activate everything, make sure that it's got enough solar panels. These may not be powerful enough. We can do that on the launch pad, but I also want to see how stable is it going to be when it tries to achieve a target. So let's go with probably a fairly decent sized fairing plate, I'm thinking. Let's go with a fairly small decoupler though. You know what? When I repositioned all that stuff, I didn't do anything to defeat that 1.2 thrust torque. So let's see if we can do it with just this. I can nearly do it with just that. There we go. Before I fuck anything up, I'm gonna save it that way. Okay, now you go back on here. So our total payload is still under 5 tons. I like that. Me diggy. It is fairly broad though. But the first thing that we want to do is just get it up into space. So we don't really care about reusability or anything at this point. I'm gonna upstage that. Then we'll just chuck any old engine under it. Doesn't really matter what we use because we don't really need to get it into an orbit. We just need to get it up into space. That is actually almost enough to get it all the way up into orbit in one stage. Damn. Way to go, mainsail. Well, it'll definitely be enough to get it up into space, so rather than add any SRBs or anything like that, let's just throw some control surfaces on it. And one set of retro rockets so that it fucks off. So easy peasy staging. Main engine ignition first, deployment of the fairing next, the decoupler with the 2 retro rockets last, well, second to last, and then activation of the final engine for testing that. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's take it out for a test drive. I'm sure there's a more efficient way that we can get this payload up there, rather than just going directly to a huge tank and a mainsail. So, we might fiddle around with the deployer a little bit more. Otherwise, we could just say screw it, use this as is. I didn't catch the cost of the launch. Usually that's what I use to determine whether I want to stick with what we got or not. But this is going to be super simple. We just turn on SAS, we go into physics warp, and we burn through our fuel. Oh, is the mainsail the engine? I need to go and figure out a fix for that. We shouldn't have the plume completely disconnected from the engine. That's a little strange. And I need to actually go through all of my engines and figure out which ones have issues. Alright, that'll give us an AP of 100,000, which is more than enough for us to perform our little test here. We're just coasting at this point. I guess we could throttle up so that we don't lose any of that AP height, but it doesn't really matter. Brought a little bit too much fuel. More fuel than I needed anyway. Let's go ahead and deploy the fairing. Oh, okay. It looked like one of these was hitting one of the other parts here, but I don't think it is. Yeah, maybe a Weltero lighting on it. This thing's a bitch to see in the dark, isn't it? I don't like it. Let's see. What time is it? So it's just after midnight. Let's go ahead and throttle up again and nose over to the east, and let's see if we can get this thing with the remaining fuel that we have, not into an orbit, but out into the daylight. That's so weird. Yeah, I guess that's what's happening, huh? And then we'll throw some lighting on it later. Just a couple little lights so that it's not impossible to see in the dark. It doesn't really matter though, like, we won't be looking at the actual vessel while it's in use. Oh, you know what does matter though? Activating my fucking antennas before I'm out of line of sight of the facility. Oh, I forgot to put the monopropellant back in there. That was a major oversight. No wonder our DV value dropped so much. That'd do it. This one faces forward, so I want that one pointed at active vessel. Actually, it faces backward. I forgot the antenna faces the wrong way. So rather than active vessel, I want you pointed at Kerbin. And I want you pointed at active vessel. Go ahead and deploy these guys, because why not? Burn through the rest of that fuel. See you, buddy. Just enough thrust to get that away from us. Now, is that going to put us out in the daylight? Hell no, I needed to turn in quite a bit sooner. So yeah, we'll put some lights on this. The docking light is very handy for docking, but it's not going to do us a damn bit of good right now. Unfortunately. So what is our power consumption at the moment? Oh yeah, I have capacitors, so I can't really actually tell. Bummer. So I'm going to have to do that test on the pad. We'll just flip it upside down onto its nose to do that test in the dark. Looks like we'll have enough of a standoff that we can deploy everything and figure out how much power it's going to use. And then we have 1,550 electric charge storage, but we have 22.5 megajoules, which is like 22,500 electric charge. So I think we'll be fine. The capacitors are why I can't really tell how much we're consuming, because right now the capacitors are converting their megajoules into electric charge, keeping our batteries completely full. So this little guy is fucked. Bye, little guy. I think I have enough DV to get us out into the sunlight, though, as long as I don't go straight up. But I'm going to add a couple of lights to this. Hopefully, in a way that won't fuck up everything that we've done. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be a refreshing change of pace? Let's go for these itty-bitty tiny guys. I have left no good places whatsoever to put them. Just making sure that's not clipping into my antenna or anything. Okay, staging still looks just fine. This time we'll try with a bit of a gravity turn. Not really trying to achieve an orbit or anything, but I do want to get it out into the light. Then we'll throw it on the pad and we'll check out the solar. At the moment, I'm gauging the amount of solar panels that we need off of the previous build that we did yesterday, and with that build we only needed the 2, plus we have all the additional surface solar panels on this one. So we'll just hit it. And I'm not going to worry about throttling down or anything. I don't think that we got up to a high enough speed that it's going to matter. We are probably at a fairly high... Yeah, well, maybe it will. Maybe just to get us a little bit further. I might swap that engine out for one of the really powerful SSTU engines, or for a fairly efficient engine in cluster, just to fix the engine plume for now, as well. But as long as I don't see atmospheric effects or anything like that, I think I'll just leave it at full throttle so we can get this done ASAP. Because I actually want to get the little shit deployed. Now there is kind of a problem. I consider it a bug, but I guess it was done on purpose. There's a hard-coded fee associated with your progress that you make in the observatory, which I don't like, but I don't have a way to recompile it at the moment to fix it, so there's not much I can do about it, other than go out and make some money. I think it's silly, though. I think, you know, you paid for the damn telescope. Why would you have to pay money into the observatory? Okay, see, these are the kind of effects that I was talking about. So I definitely do need a throttle down. But I think we'll be okay. I'm just hoping that that we can lob this little shit out into the daylight. I might not be able to, though. It's not looking so hot so far. So there's the AP height that we need. Oh yeah, I do need the monopropellant, but I don't need it until we do the actual live flight, the one that we'll stick with. Oh yeah, much better with just a little bit of lighting. Got a little mood lighting going. Oh, it probably won't be the last time that I forget. What's our time to AP? It's over a minute, about a minute and 24. Our thrust to weight ratio on the final stage is dick all. But as soon as we run out of fuel, I think I'll just transition to the upper engine, and we'll see if we can push this thing out into the light, and then we'll physics warp when we run out of fuel. So we're at about 82K. Let's go ahead and punch it. Now we're above 85K, so let's deploy our solar. And while this isn't shaking all crazy, let's go ahead and separate from that. We're out in space, so we shouldn't have to worry about anything. I'm going to activate our antenna. So that hopefully we won't lose connection. And then the dipole down here. which is just a more powerful Omni antenna. Plus, I think it looks kind of neat. So I'm going to go ahead and fire our secondary engine. We're actually relatively close to an orbit. I don't think this engine's going to do the trick. And we came up with missing about a quarter of our monopropellant because I had emptied some tanks to try and figure out what the hell my weight offset was. Totally forgot to refill them. Hopefully Mixshot will remind me again. I'm just going to line this guy up with the horizon here. And we'll go into physics warp for the burn. So this is part of the test. I want to see if I set an angle, especially in physics warp, and then I'm at full throttle without our RCS turned on, because we are using mandatory RCS, am I going to veer off of where I set that target? And it doesn't look like I am. It looks like it's actually very stable. So we did pretty well at eliminating that additional thrust torque. And I am happy about that. Still got about 50 seconds before we reach AP. And it looks like we're gonna get into the daylight, but are we actually going to get into the daylight before we hit the upper atmosphere? Probably not. So I may have to angle it up a little bit so that we can maintain altitude and transition the location of AP and our re-entry a little bit further along. If we end up having to do another one of these tests, what the hell? Okay, I had to hit M like 7 times there. I don't know why it wouldn't take me in a map mode. But if we have to do another one of these test flights, then I'll time warp, and we'll just do the damn launch during the day. Because we'll end up reverting it anyway, so it shouldn't matter if we like blow through alarms or anything like that. Pretty happy about its performance so far, though. I just need to have enough freaking monopropellant left over for us to try targeting different things. But I'm gonna keep burning until we actually get into the sunlight. Oh shit, we're gonna make orbit. Problem solved. Okay, well. And we have plenty of monopropellant left. That'll work. I mean, it's a nasty orbit, 149 and 120, but we don't have to worry about getting into the daylight. It's a certainty at this point. Okay, so the first part of that test, do we have enough solar panels? At the moment, yes, but if I have this hold prograde... Right now, prograde is pretty much pointed directly at the sun. That'll cut out all of these surface panels, because it's definitely more important that these panels that track the sun are sufficient. The other ones are mostly there actually for looks. I don't want the survival of this probe to depend on its orientation. I don't want it to ever have a chance of just being dead out in its orbit. But it looks like we're stable. I'm gonna time warp a little bit. No, we are losing, so I need a larger set of solar panels, unfortunately. But that's okay. If we put a bigger set, something that weighs a little bit more on, we just move it down the vessel. We have a little bit of leeway here with how far down we can go. We could even increase its angle. Change my view here. So instead of going straight out to the side, if we were to angle these out so that they go out pointed downward a little bit more, that would also offset the weight. But it does look like we're still consuming electric. I wonder how long of a time warp it'll take to make sure. Ooh. What if we just take a shitload of pictures? Actually, I can't even tell if this is taking power. might not need extra battery for this kind of a telescope. We definitely do for the instrument telescope. But I can't really tell if this one does or not. What do you think? For our little space telescope. I don't think it looks all that bad. I think it looks fairly practical. It is a little oversized. She's a little thick. If there's one thing that I do think I want to change, it's the angle of these lights. How anal is that? I think I want to just make them look like they're, you know, kind of attached to that part a little bit better. Outside of that, pretty freaking happy though. It's gonna take fucking forever for us to run out of power. Several forevers. Looks like a bug. It's like a fatty, like, I should have just cut it in half, like it's 2 or 3 times as long as I think it needs to be. They're clipping. My spacing is off. So that'll definitely need to be fixed too. Fuck that life. I don't see anything else that's clipping or really overlapping or anything though. I was a little concerned about this solar panel that's flush here underneath the camera. I was also a little bit concerned about the body of the vessel showing up in the image, but it looks like, yeah, it looks like it clears just fine. So let's do the second part of our experiment here. We're going to control the vessel from the telescope itself. And we're going to see if it's going to be stable enough for us to take a decent photo. Let's go ahead and target something that's way out there. Let's see, we're on the sunny side right now, so let's go for this guy. Everything in the solar system is pretty fucking far out there. I wonder why we don't actually see any thrust coming out of these. Ah, because they're deactivated. Yes, I'm a fucking genius. Like, that's so weird. Like, you can't hear them, you can't see them? It's because they're fucking turned off. Let's go ahead and turn it back off now that we're mostly on target, and we'll see if those 2 internal gyroscopes that we added are able to keep us on target. And zoom in and see if our target is in frame. It is mostly. And I don't think we're looking at what this should actually look like. There is a bit of a bug with research bodies and the Tarsier telescopes, where occasionally this would actually usually happen, like we would get an actual view of whatever we were targeting, and then when the observatory kicks up a notch and we gain a little bit more information about that, and it transitions from an unknown object to a named object with an orbit, because that's the whole point of this telescope. All of these were hidden from us. We were able to get a ping off of another instrument that we have, and so we know that they exist right here, right now. But we need to take photographs of them and study them through the observatory and through these telescopes to be able to actually figure out what their orbits are, and learn more about their moons and everything. And usually, when we go to another step in the observatory, we lose all of the textures. So I don't know if that'll take care of itself later. And I don't think I can take enough photographs of this right now to actually kick it up into the next like right now we know 0 about it, or we know like 10%. I think we get more information about it at 2 different steps. I think you learn like half about it, and then at above 75, I think you get the orbit of it, and then you can finally max it out later on too. I didn't have an active connection, so I wasn't able to send any of that information home, so I just wanted to time warp a little bit. And we'll try it with a different target. We're on the dark side now, so let's target that guy. Oh, actually, it's dawn. We'll go ahead and close that alarm. We're just going to skip alarms for now. So we're just looking at the horizon here. We need to pick a different target. Yeah, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Astronomy would have taken place thousands of years, hundreds of years at the very least, before we actually put something up into space. We would definitely get better photographs and learn more from an orbital telescope than we would from one on the ground, though. It's just not knowing it, anything at all about them doesn't make any sense. We would have been able to track their movements. We would have figured out that we're not the center of the solar system, and that they are in fact orbiting something that we are in fact also orbiting. I totally agree. But it's still fucking fun. Now I'm hoping, since we have a connection, that we can take some photos of this, and maybe get a texture update, because it shouldn't look like this. But we might be boned. Unfortunately. Now there's one other piece that I do want to put on here. That was another thing that I couldn't quite remember. We do need a probe that can store the data that we have from this. And I was fairly certain that we would need one. But I wasn't positive. But it does look like we need at least a probe, or we're going to have to send a crew up here to be able to gather this data and bring it back home. Otherwise, just like any other experiment, we can only get so much if we transmit it. To get all of the information, we actually have to bring it back home. So I don't think that these are doing anything for the observatory either. 48 data received. I'm going to try it anyway, but I think once we've exhausted our science, we stop progressing on our research into this. Oh no, I was totally wrong. It says that Eve is now fully researched. I'm going to go ahead and close that and open it back up. I'm hoping that it'll give us a view through the telescope of Eve. But I don't think that these textures are correct. However, I guess we could just come out here now that we've taken the pictures. I just like it when the pictures are, awesome looking. Oh, I guess that is kind of what it looks like. Unless my textures here are a little fudged up. Let's get a comparison. No, I think that's actually what Eve is supposed to look like. That's my first look at Eve in this. See, you can kind of tell that there's these are probably lakes, I would think. So that's why I thought, maybe this was the right one. But since we're kind of in a bad position relative to the sun and the way that the sun works in this, we didn't get a very good photo. Actually, that is about what it would look like. Because of the position of Eve relative to the sun, we would have mostly a dark photograph. It would be rotated around a little, though. Why can I not pivot? There. Be a little bit more like that from where we are. Let's see if we can get a good photo or a good view. Now that we know that we can just take photographs from the same biome to actually finish one out, I wasn't aware of that. I don't think that we're actually going to do that. We could, though. And then additional photos would just be for science. No, we're still looking at the dark side. I want to try to find one that's in a good position for us to see the light side of it. But I also don't want to look at everything yet. I want to do it when we're on an actual mission. This is still just a test flight. Oh, there it is. I wonder if we'll be able to see any of them. Because I think the way that this works, our position from the sun is how these are going to be shown to us. So I'm wondering if we're just not in a shitty orbit for photographs. Might get better pictures later on in the year. I do love these telescopes, though. I had a weird visual bug in GPP where I couldn't have my camera facing toward the planet. I had to, like, face it away from the planet, or else this, like, ghosted. I don't know, it was really funky, but I'm glad to see that it's not happening in JNSQ. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting an okay view. What are we looking at? We're looking at Edna. Hello, Edna. I want to compare the texture from this view to what we're seeing in the telescope. That looks pretty fucking accurate. So I think it's working as intended. Oh, look at that. These little tiny guys are such a pain in the ass. Especially when they're in a relatively low orbit. Remember Tulumo from GPP? What was the name of that moon? A little pain in the butt. I can't think of it. Okay, so there's a couple of things that I do want to fix on this, and I will either add an initial probe that will be able to deorbit itself, just to bring back our tech, bring back our photographs. Yeah, I think that'll be the way to go. And then we want to design 2 more of them, and we're going to send those out to meet this at the moons. We want to take photographs from around the orbit of the homeworld, from the orbit of both moons, and from at least a solar orbit. Those are the 4 easiest biomes for us to take photographs from. Because the sphere of influence that you're in actually counts as it's one of the parameters for the experiment that you're performing, and I think that they become more and more valuable the further away this gets from the homeworld. So, I want to fix the antennas, because they look like shit. I do think that we're a little underpowered on the solar panels. I want to upgrade those. And then as far as the probes go, I may be able to put them on at a 45 degree just attached to the front here. It's going to throw everything off for the rest of this. I would hate to stack them on the docking port and not be able to use the docking port because of some little probes. But I don't know where the hell else to put them. There's definitely nowhere that I can put them that'll be symmetrical. I have no idea. Now I'm curious, SSTU is fairly well fairly well balanced for career. So I was curious if we could just scale those up, but it doesn't look like that's going to be an option. Let's go ahead and just set this aside for now, and we're using the DSP SMBMs. These little guys. So I want to look for something. I'm purely going off of weight because I don't really have anything else to reference here. But I think all of our more powerful options are going to have a built-in standoff, so we actually are going to have fewer parts on this. That is a hell of a solar panel. Should we just do one of these? I don't think we need that. Unfortunately, these don't have a right-click menu, so I don't know how much they're supposed to generate. That's why I'm going off of just the weight. I'm looking for something that's just larger. And I don't think I want those. That would actually look pretty good, I think. Definitely feels like overkill. That's a hell of a lot of solar panel, isn't it? So I'm just centering it on that structural part there. That is a lot of solar. I think we can make it happen though. I think I like the look of it too. And then these little guys. Just want them to keep their hands to themselves. Okay, then as far as the position of the solar panels, I'm really hoping that I can just shimmy these down. Get rid of that additional thrust torque. Uh-oh. I don't know how, but they reverted symmetry. Gotta have them on a mirrored so that I'm moving both of them the same direction. So I kind of need to offset them from what they're attaching to completely get rid of that torque. I don't want to move them any lower because I would rather not have this clipping through this solar panel. Let's see about an engine offset then to take care of the rest. And then I'll offset these. If I can click on them again. There we go, baby. Oh, let's add that freaking fuel back in too. Sweet. I think it'll do, donkey. Now, I think this is already complicated enough. I'm thinking, as far as the information retrieval drones, or even a vessel that can go up and retrieve that information, I'm thinking that needs to be separate. I'm also kind of thinking of expanding this into an observatory, since the telescope points backward. Attaching this to the side of, or to the front of, or even top of a little station shouldn't matter too much. Mandatory RCS is going to be the biggest pain in our ass, though. Outside of that, was there anything that I had said that I forgot that you guys can recall? Oh man, these still aren't going to work the way that I have them. I overlooked one issue in favor of another issue, because this needs to go outward a little bit further. Just one thing after another, isn't it? Well, that's fantastic. Now my other one has decided that it lives over here. Get some tissues for my issues. Isn't that Powerpuff Girls? Here's a bit of a throwback. Guess I could just learn to live with it. I don't like it though. How those attach. Kinda hate it. But I'm also kinda thinking, what the hell are you gonna do, you know? Because they do need a space in there. Yeah, I can't attach these in any other symmetry, which would solve the problem. Then one of them would move the opposite way of the other, and I could just find kind of a sweet spot in the center. So I guess I'll just disable symmetry. do it by hand again. Hopefully it won't fudge up the part that they're attached to. So I'm going to start out by moving them right into the center, which is too much. But then I kind of want to move them an equal distance away from one another. And I'm totally just eyeballing it and guessing here. I think that'll work. Now the only other thing that I really wanted to mess with is the lights. I just think they would look better with a little bit of an angle moved in just a little bit further. Alright. Now we just got to fix the thrust torque again. I think I'll start with the solar panels. I've moved these further away from the center of mass, so now I have to compensate for that. Cool. And now that I've compensated for that, hopefully our thrusters are still set up properly. They should be, I think. Ah, damn it, I can't use this because I have them all disabled by default. Ah, fuck it. We'll just try it. I think that they'll be fine though, because we aligned those on the core of the vessel. So all we're doing is moving around some of the surface parts so that they even out. I think it'll be okay. Saves me from right-clicking a whole bunch of stuff. So before I go and re-add all of this, I think I want to reroute to the docking port. And I would like to save this entire thing as a subassembly so that we can then use it as a template later on when we design our station. Give it a nice little spot to attach to it. Uh-oh. Oh, bummer. Apparently I can't do it with that one. So we'll get a little cheaty about it, I think. Just gotta be smarter than the game, right? Oh, shit. I wonder if I have an issue with that docking port. I would imagine that in flight it will work. We'll probably need to test that though, because I don't know for sure. So I suppose we'll just put it on the bottom then, which isn't ideal. Actually, this is going to need to be removed, so I'll just leave it full size and we'll reroute to that. If it really comes down to it and I can't physically actually attach this to anything, that's not really that big of a deal. Because I don't think I have an appropriate sized docking port to put on the front there. And I definitely don't want to rescale a docking port. What the hell are you? Attitude control decoupler. Okay. I thought I was looking at the SSTU docking ports. I am not. I got a Clampatron. I got a Clampatron Junior. Actually, Clampatron would work, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. Because I didn't want to have to add an adapter or anything to make that look okay. Looked like we had some Z fighting going on there. Now let's see if we can reroute to the docking port. There we go, baby. So nothing overall really changed with like how we have to design the probe or anything like that. We just need to make sure that the probe has the ability to dock. We're probably also going to want the probe to have monopropellant available to refuel the telescope itself, and we want to make sure that it's compatible with this docking port. So the probe can come over here, collect all of the data that the telescope has collected, and bring it back home. And this will remain in space until we just destroy it. Got a kind of gloomy end on its way, but... So I do want to take it up for another test, but I think we can start working on the actual deployer that we want to use. This is a little bit expensive for a 5-ton payload. Is that what we're still at? We're actually at almost a 7-ton payload, so maybe that's not that bad. It's about $10,000 more than a launch like this would typically cost at the moment. It's going to go even higher when we add solid rocket boosters or an additional upper stage. Which is probably the way that I think we want to go. I think we want to go for a more efficient vacuum engine. I think the rest of this can by and large stay the same though. We do need some different retro rockets on there. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to add another SSTU tank. And I think I'm going to stay with the same diameter too. I'm going to take the core all the way down to the lowest it can go. And I just want to choose a vacuum engine. And we're not really particular about which one we go for. The only thing that matters is over here, engine ISP. I want the highest vacuum value that I can get with a fairly moderate consumption rate. So the Mothra is 317 ISP in the vacuum. The Raptor, 325 with a very high consumption rate. 340 if we were to go with the Marlin. Another thing that I need to make sure of is that these are liquid fuel engines. Unless we go with... Let's see, the problem here, if I go with anything else, I don't have enough stuff unlocked. For no boil off, the best I can do is low boil off. So I think we're gonna stick with something with a fairly normal boiling point. That leaves us with liquid fuel and oxidizer, liquid fuel, monopropellant, I think basically anything that we want to use except for liquid hydrogen. So when I'm choosing my engine, I just need to make sure that the propellant isn't liquid hydrogen, and then I think we're okay. Now, if we go with a nuclear engine, we're looking at 800 specific impulse, but it does want liquid hydrogen, unfortunately. 326, I remember us having one that was in like the 600s. Ooh, that thing's efficient as fuck too. Liquid hydrogen though. I don't know, the Marlin's coming out ahead by far so far. 345 in the vacuum. But the Marlin A is only slightly less efficient in the vacuum with roughly half the consumption. Because it's a little baby. For the size of our payload, we could actually double up our fuel, I think. Because anything over a thrust to weight ratio of 1, once we have this thing up in space, should be good enough. It's more the burn time and the total DV that we're going to garner from it that matter. Get the fuck out of here, Marlin. Tried clicking on it 3 times. I do want to compare it to the Poodle as well. 250 thrust, 350, so even more efficient in the vacuum. This guy is going to give us almost 3,000 DV. The Poodle is going to give us just over 3,000 DV. Burn time of 3.5 minutes. Burn time of just under 3 minutes. I think the Poodle is the way to go. Plus, it's the right size. So, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that I can use this as a decoupler, can't I? Or do I have to throw a decoupler on it? I can't remember. Ah, fuck it, we'll just throw a decoupler in there. I don't see an option for it. I can never remember what all the parts of SSTU do, but we're getting the hang of it. We'll get there. Let's put a regular decoupler on it for now. I'm going to disable the shroud, and we're going to put some retro rockets in here. That bad boy up out of the ground. Let's go ahead and fix our staging real quick, too. So at the moment, stage number 1 is just our dicked up mainsail. Let's get rid of the mainsail, too, since the plume is a little messed up. So the mainsail has 1379 thrust at sea level. So this set of engines is just slightly more powerful. And I think that'll be okay since we added an upper stage too. Going with a little bit more power shouldn't hurt. Then we want some separation rockets in here, so we'll get rid of the shroud. And the final thing that we want to add in here is parachutes so that this is recoverable. I don't want to attach any of these parts directly to the decoupler. That's why I attach them to the side of the tank and move them inside the decoupler. I don't want the decoupler to let go of the retro rockets and just create projectiles. That'd be bad. And likewise, I wouldn't want the decoupler to detach the parachutes. So it'd be a little self-defeating. So we'll start out with just a couple. We can turn off RCS build aid. First I'm going to get an idea of... Can I just size up 2 of these to actually recover? I cannot. I can get up to about 50%. So let's go up to like 6 of them. Because I don't have a whole hell of a lot of room in there. So I don't want to go too big. Looks like I'm probably going to end up having to go to Big fan of whiteboards, find them quite remarkable. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate you, Anadin. I think I'm gonna have to go with 8. This thing's big. Is Buku. 5.6. Let's get it down to 5.8 for safety. Hype. And I don't know if I have enough room to move them up into the top. So what do you guys think about doing an RPG for a couple of days? Switching it up a little bit. And coming back to Kerbal next week for a couple of days. Now, I don't necessarily like that the retro rockets are clipping there. I think I'm going to move them. Kerbal is an RPG. It does function as one, depending on how good or bad of a day we're having, doesn't it? Trying to get my camera to where I can click on that little fucker. Got it. So I do have that little gap in the middle. I'm going to move these into that. I just got Pillars of Eternity. Pillars of Eternity 2. I think that there's a standalone DLC which kind of torques me off. I might pick that up too. But I was kind of wanting to play it, and I was wondering if you guys would be interested. And if not, I'll play it off stream. You're not my real dad, I don't need you. But if you guys do want to watch them, we'll do it on stream. Because it seems like it's got a pretty damn good storyline going. And these would be safe to just add to the plate here, as long as they're not directly attached to the decoupler. But just for ease, we'll just attach them outside and move them to where we want them. Now, I think that the shroud here is going to remain attached to this, so I'm pretty sure that that'll be okay, but I'm not positive. So we'll do a quick test flight to see. One, two, three, go as an emote? We should. I don't know, what do you think we should make it look like? Just screamy face with 1, 2, 3, go next to it. And then we don't need the top of this to be recoverable. Do want to go ahead and align those to the east, parallel and to the east. All right, and let's fix our staging. So main engine ignition, stage 1. Retro rockets and the upper stage decoupler here. Parachutes all just in the final stage, they'll disappear as we go. Then we ignite the upper engine. Getting rid of our fairing is likely going to take place before we actually detach. I think we're gonna have enough boost out of the main booster to get this thing up into the upper atmosphere, but I'm not positive. We just swapped out that engine. I have really nothing to base that on other than hope. Hope and a prayer. The rest of this looks okay. If this comes up into an orbit with us, I don't think that this is actually going to be enough retro rockets for it to deorbit itself. And I don't want to have to add a probe core, so I'm going to grab these. Come here, you little fuckers. Hey. Come here. I think I'm just going to swap them out with two larger SRBs. With the large ullage motor. I'm pretty sure those will do the trick. Okay. So we just added this engine. We shouldn't have a thrust limiter or anything, and it doesn't look like we do. We are a little bit low on our TWR on the pad though. We're at 1.29. I think I'm going to augment that with just some very small disposable solid rocket boosters. And we'll just attach those to the four corners off at a 45 degree. And I don't want anything too buku here. My staging's fucked. What have I done? Oh, I didn't move the two large ullage motors into the right thing. That'd do it. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, that's the one that I got. I don't think I've tried the first Path of Exile. I can't remember it if I did. So is that the kind of storyline where I'm going to want to start with the original before I do the second one? Because if they heavily tie into one another, if it's not just offhand references, then I'll probably go and pick up the other one too. 100%? Okay. So I'll pick up the first one too. I can't decide what to use. I think I'm gonna stick with the globes though. I'm going to move the decoupler a little bit higher. I'm hoping that that'll make these safely separate. And then we'll put just a parachute on the bottom for part drag. We're not going to actually deploy it. I don't think we'll need to. Where are my parachutes? There they are. And I also don't think that we're going to remain connected to these long enough for control surfaces to matter. So according to stage recovery, just the one shoot will do. That really did not add a whole lot. Oh, because I have it in the wrong stage. There we go. Now it added a whole hell of a lot. So, my staging is still fucked somehow. What's going on here? Decouple from those little guys. Get rid of our payload fairing. I think my payload fairing is too far down. I think we might actually be transitioning to the upper stage a little bit sooner than I thought. But I want to test it. since I'm totally unsure. So I'm going to leave it where it is for now. And I say we go for a test flight. Pillars of Eternity. Yes, I will continuously and forever fuck up those two things. PoE. I've never played Path of Exile. I've never played either of them, but I don't plan on playing Path of Exile right now. I totally mean Pillars of Eternity. There's a bunch of stuff that I just have a habit of referring to that one thing as that one thing. I wonder what the hell that noise was. Did you hear that ding? Or am I developing brain damage? Definitely heard a ding. Huh. Okay. Well, great. Let's go ahead and get all of our info up here. We're mostly going to be referring to our thrust to weight ratio on KER. Oh good, you heard it too? Okay. Thought my headset was haunted. Let's go ahead and throttle up. I don't have display lighting on this. I apologize for that. I'm just a terrible person. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh shit, do I interchange those? I thought I always did 3, 2, 1, go. Please don't hit us. Thank you for not hitting us. Go ahead and throttle up. That leaves us at 1.4. So even though we're going to be a little high on our thrust to weight ratio, what the hell was that? Did those hit the ground already? Or did two of them collide? I think two of them collided with one another. You little bastards. It's okay, we can fix that. That or we could just not give a shit. Kind of have those two options. Let's go ahead and start into our gravity turn. Before I forget to. Yeah. Now they're all hitting the ground. So the parachute was a bit of a waste of money. My bad. We're approaching a thrust to weight ratio of 2, so I'm going to go ahead and throttle back a little bit there. Apoapsis is just passing 30 kilometers right now. We're at 23 kilometers right now at a 45-degree angle. And about 2/3 throttle, a little over 2/3 throttle. Just gonna maintain that 1.5 to 1.7 thrust to weight ratio for a little bit here. I want to pull AP up over 45k before I continue into my gravity turn, I think. Get out of that lower atmosphere. We're looking pretty good. We're up to 33k. AP is just passing a 45 now. Could turn into the lower end of prograde here. And keep pushing. We've got about 57 seconds worth of burn left in our main lifter here. So I do think that we're going to get rid of our payload fairing in the order that we've got our staging set up. And it looks like we're at max efficiency for our engine already at about 45k. So we shouldn't have to worry about transitioning over to that vacuum-only engine, even though we'll still be within the atmosphere a little bit. Getting ready to deploy the payload fairing. We're down to about a 15 degree. I do want to get as much horizontal velocity as I can out of this. AP is coming up on 60. Hopefully I haven't turned in too far too soon. I'll throttle up a little bit. Pitch up a little bit, rather. Okay. Stage 1 separation looks good. Activate our upper engines, our little poodle. Now this might be a problem, but I think our ascent profile can fix it. Our thrust to weight ratio is just very, very low with a Poodle because it's more designed for atmospheric non-atmospheric maneuvering rather than establishing an orbit. Also helps if I throttle the fucking thing up. That puts us at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.05 apparently. But I think what I need to do, rather than lay over to a 15-degree angle, is just get more of a lob upward out of that main engine. We're about 26 seconds from AP, slowly falling. We're maintaining a 25-degree angle. Thrust to weight ratio is definitely improving. But I'm hoping that we can push AP up to 85. I feel like I'm wasting a lot of fuel burning at such a low altitude at such a without my AP actually being where it needs to be, so that this can devote more of its energy to horizontal velocity rather than upward momentum as well. Hello Gorm, we are trying to get a telescope. We've redesigned our telescope, trying to get that little shit up into space now. We added a docking port, repositioned the telescope itself to the side of the probe, and then we went a different way with pretty much everything actually, I guess. Honestly, pretty much everything has changed. Alright, so we were getting really close to AP, but now our thrust to weight ratio is actually great enough that we can go ahead and lay over. We're aiming for a real freaking low orbit, though. I think we're going to circularize at something around 90. And then I'm wondering if we wouldn't be better off expanding this stage a little bit to use it as a kickoff. Or in other words, to use it to transition out to the moon. Let's go ahead and start deploying some of the stuffs. We just hit space. I guess, honestly, I should probably start with the rear-facing antenna. That's the forward-facing one. I'm an idiot. That one will be active vessel. Everything's backwards. I keep forgetting. It's very, very rare that I design something backwards. I'm just gonna cut throttle. We have quite a ways to go before we actually reach AP, and I wasn't paying anywhere near enough attention, so AP is just out in the middle of fucking nowhere. 160 kilometers right now. I want this one pointed at Kerbin. Go and deploy our solar. Don't really need to open up the antenna, or the telescope. Let's go ahead and deploy the dipole in here. Okay, so communications are fully active now, and I'm hoping that the solar panels aren't going to clip into the antennas on that dipole, but we'll find out. We should be able to tell once we get over to over into the sunlight. So 160 isn't too big of a deal. There's nothing that, like, as far as routine missions that we would probably circularize at 164. It just wasn't planned that way. And I think what we'll do, just to make this easier, over here at AP, before I lose connection, I want to add a maneuver to circularize, and definitely want to make sure that we're going to have enough fuel to do so. And we have way more than enough fuel. We only need 64.1 meters a second of DV to circularize. We have 843. This Poodle, it's actually a pretty damn good engine. Let's go ahead and feed that into the flight computer. Just tell it to execute that maneuver. Maybe? Execute? Thank you. That'll also add an alarm for us when we reach AP. So we are going to go into one of those funky spins that it likes to do. Let's keep an eye on these solar panels and make sure that they're not clipping into our antenna. I think there's just barely enough clearance. I always move that stuff out of the way before I click on it, just so that I don't accidentally click on you know, the vessel or anything. So, for it to get on target, I do need to enable RCS. I'm going to let it stabilize, and then I'm probably going to turn it off, because I don't want it to use up... I didn't put any independent monopropellant on this part. It's all just the probe there, so I do want to conserve that whenever possible, since it's also our fuel for the maneuvering stage. And I'm curious, if I were to do a flyby and take photographs during the flyby, I wonder if that would actually be adequate for the requirement of the different biome. Because if it would be, what we could do is plan out a flyby from one moon to the other with an additional telescope, and then use this telescope just around the home world, and then kick it out into a solar orbit. Split it up into 2 missions, so that we wouldn't have to fill this up with monopropellant in between every single step. It's not that big of a deal for us to send monopropellant, little monoprop drone out to the moons, though. For it to meet up with. I don't think that would be too hard. And then what we'll do probably is, if we just use the one, we'll stay on the equator around the home world. We'll transition into a 90-degree orbit around the moon. So a polar orbit, an over-under. And then we'll just wait until Minmus is coming up on the other side, and then we'll just fling right over to it, so that we don't have to adjust our angle or anything like that. And then we would take it from a polar orbit around Minmus and kick it out into a solar orbit for an additional set of photographs. We're going to have a smaller version of this that we'll send off to other planets, too, to take photographs of other worlds from other worlds. It's gonna be great. As far as this one goes, though, swimming so far. Now, we are pointed prograde. We're pretty much done with this if we're not going to use it as a kickoff stage. We do have 2000 DV, and I think 2000 DV is just enough for a transition, but I'm not positive. Thankfully, JNSQ does come with a DV map. Yeah, so we need about 1,500, almost 1,600 to transfer to either moon. And then we need almost 400 to get an actual capture around the Mun itself. Less than that to get a capture around Minmus. So 2,000 should just barely do the trick. But then at that point we have to refuel it. And that's also not taking into account the fact that our fuel for this final portion is our monopropellant that we're also going to be using to realign ourselves to take photographs. So it's a little hairy. Yes, Chrissy, if you want to join up on the Discord just real quick. We have a KSP mods channel. Let me get an updated CCAN list, though. Throw that up there. There's a couple of little tweaks that we've made ourselves through Mod Manager and through configuration files for the different mods that we're using. The CCAN one will give you the vast majority of the mods that we're using. 6.28. Okay, let me get that latest one up there. So all you do, download CCAN, go into your CCAN settings, compatible KSP versions, tick everything from 1.7 down to 1.4, and click accept. Download that CCAN file. Go to File, go to Import Downloaded Mods, and select that file. And that'll give you everything that we're using for CCAN. Just ruined everything. Oh, I need to get rid of that. That'll give you all of these mods that we did get through CCAN. And then outside of CCAN, if you want to go with the solar system that we're using, which is JNSQ and all that stuff, we'll just make a list here. KSP modding. JNSQ has its own installer, and I would suggest going with that one. So you want to install JNSQ Copernicus. We're playing on 1.7.1, and we're using a previous version. So hopefully the new one, if you want to go with the most up-to-date ones, hopefully everything will work out. But just kind of public service announcement. Copernicus, which will come with modular flight integrator. Planet Shine. And I would try these with CCAN first, because these are all compatible with CCAN, but for some reason we had an issue with them when we first put them in. Textures Unlimited, and if you scroll up, there should be all of the stuff that you need to add in the skybox that we're using with the twinkly little stars. It's a real solar system cube map of the actual Milky Way, and it's just breathtakingly wonderful. And you need Textures Unlimited for part of that. Then the last one is Trajectories. And all of those, the current version may be working, but I would add those last, just to see. And then there was one more. Ah, yes, SSTU. Okay, and those are all up in the KSP modding channel. And if you can't read all of them, let me know. I may have to go back and pin them. Little brother, oh my god. 13 months, Jesus. I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. Dirian? There's so many ways that I could go on that one. Dirian, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I really apologize if I just fucked everything up. No problem, Chrissy. If you have any issues with any of them, there's another channel right above that, just the KSP channel. Just let us know. If you run into incompatibilities that we're not aware of or anything like that, we'll see if we can fix them. Just through mod manager patches or configuration. If not, we'll go ahead and isolate the bug and we'll report it. Depending on the developer, we can probably get it worked out. If we can't do it ourselves. And if we can do it ourselves, then we'll just add the configuration file into the KSP modding one. But I was having a problem, well, I wasn't having a problem. Scar was having a problem reading previous messages. So if they're not in there, if you don't see like today's CCAN favorite list, just let me know and I'll pin it, and then you should be able to see it. For some reason, honestly, I have no idea why the fuck it's not working right. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't use the excess DV that we have here to circularize at a higher orbit. What are you up to, little brother? Metal Apoc there is the fella that came up with these lovely little hearts. Just in his spare time. 13-month resub, Jesus. Ab maneuver. So we know that we have around 700 DV that we can utilize. If I were to just increase our orbital bit with about half of that, how much would it cost to circularize at AP? That would put us up at 1 million. That would definitely get us out of the way of anything else that we would do. Second maneuver will cost about 316. We can afford it? Sold. Pretty sure we can afford it. Let me double check. Yeah, we have 781. Execute. Execute. Now I do have to enable RCS. So let's get on target with the node. Running a press? Yeah. The daily grind, huh? Okay, it looks pretty stable. Thank you for the follow as well, Chrissy. And welcome. We're about 11 minutes out. It looks like there's going to be an overlap, so we'll switch over to our tourist vessel, and we'll go ahead and deorbit that. I actually have a test that I need to perform on that. I need to make sure that stage recovery can deorbit that vessel. Something doesn't quite look right here. Why would I be pointed downward rather than right at prograde if all I wanted to do is increase my altitude? I'm a little confused. Let's go ahead and hit F8. Clean that up a bit. What the hell is going on here? I don't know. I guess we'll trust it. As far as, like, make a quick save and let it do what it wants to do. I don't have control of this, so there's not a whole lot I can do even with a quick save. But hopefully we're not in trouble here. Oh, okay. I was just being impatient. By the time we actually hit the maneuver, by the time we came around to AP, we were pointed horizontal. Just being a nervous Nelly. I wish I could get it to stop doing that shit, but can't. Okay, so the flight computer has removed that maneuver node. We did regain our connection. We're using a mod called Remote Tech. Let's go ahead and have the flight computer get us on target again with the next node. Trying to conserve monopropellant whenever I can, because we need it for like everything. That looks like it's pretty well on target. Now, prograde for the next maneuver is going to be at the opposite end of our orbit. That's why it's so close to retrograde now. Got plenty of time, and this is where we're going to have to transition over to another vessel. I don't think that quick save is going to do us a hell of a lot of good, so I'm just not going to bother. But I do know that we can time warp it at a higher rate from this vessel. Well, I thought we could. Yeah. So we'll do our time warp here, and then we'll switch over to the other craft. I almost completely forgot to make sure that we were doing good on electric charge, but it looks like we're doing just fine. I was a little bit less worried this flight because these solar panels are freaking monstrous. I love them. So let's go over to our little tourist vessel. We're going to leave that guy there. We'll be back to it in about 16, just under 17 minutes. We'll go ahead and get rid of that guy. I guess I could delete it too. So these guys have been in a low orbit for around an hour, I think. And I do want to go through here and just make sure that everybody's happy, because otherwise their checks don't clear. Yep, we look fine. So, this is a liquid hydrogen upper stage, and we are experiencing some boil off. For over the last hour, we've been losing some of our fuel. But it looks like we have a shit pile. I don't really understand why. Oh yeah, because we did a different ascent profile with this, and for some reason on that one, I ended up with a whole boatload of extra fuel after we had actually designed this. So, there's a couple of things that I did want to test. One of those things is very, very easy to test, but I think I actually have to make like a proper save, since I won't be able to revert. And I can't remember, does this have retro rockets? Okay, it does, cool. So I wonder if it'd be safe to use it. I think it will. Let's go ahead and open up our little bay here. And we're going to go ahead and whip around to retro. It doesn't matter if we're going to touch down at night or during the day, because we're going to see if stage recovery can go and grab these guys, and if not, we need to modify the ship so that it can. And if it fails, then we'll just do it ourselves, because we designed this with us deorbiting the vessel. So we know that it's possible, and we know that the design is good. What we don't know is whether stage recovery can do it. Now, we shouldn't need to activate monopropellant again. We can just throttle up. And what we're looking for is a safe re-entry at periaps, which I'm going to aim for... hello? What the hell? Do you not gimbal? Huh. Okay. Oh, I had SAS off. It's a good thing I'm pretty. That's why. I had meant to enable SAS while we were on retrograde and kick that on. Totally forgot half of that. My bad. Let's get rid of RCS and we'll turn SAS on. Oh, shit. I didn't want you to... I didn't think that our gyroscopes would actually be able to pivot us around the other way. Just gonna put us into a spin. Main thing here, we only have 22.5 units of monopropellant, so I definitely don't want to use it for moving this, you know, more than I need to. Come on, you little shit. Hurry up about it. Okay, RCS off. Throttle up. Now we should use the engine gimbal to assume retrograde. But I don't even know if we really need to hold it or anything. We just need to get there at some point. I'm hoping that that'll be safe. Let's go ahead and transition to prograde again. Then we should be able to safely separate from this. And then we'll just continue our spin, and we'll use the remaining monopropellant to hold retrograde and prepare for re-entry. I do need to get all this shit done before we hit 85 kilometers, because once we're within the atmosphere, I can't switch off of the vessel. So I won't be able to test if stage recovery can actually do this. I may have to just come up with a game plan and stick to it, and not forget to deactivate and reactivate SAS and RCS. I think we have time. So we don't need to hold prograde, but I do want to be on prograde so that the retro rockets on this actually slow it down and adjust its trajectory to something other than ours. So we just stage. Goodbye. And then we're going to continue through our spin until we get around to retrograde again. I think I'm just going to let him use the monoprop. I think it's worth it. Just to make sure that we get around. So we've already got our save. Now I just want to switch off of this vessel, and we're going to hope for the best. Actually, the way that I designed this, we are supposed to get rid of that, so hopefully it'll still work out. I'm going to activate the chutes, though. Before I switch, I'm going to go to the map, and we're just going to go to something else. Anything else. Let's go... That was our telescope. Let's go out to the other telescope and just see how it's doing. Like the pulse engine noise? One of the best audio things that I've been admiring lately is the main cannon on a Warthog. That thing sounds so cool. Been playing a lot of Arma. Oh, little brother. did you see what they're doing in EVE Online? Are you still currently playing EVE Online? This is another one of our little telescopes. This is a fungi telescope, and eventually we're going to come out here and we're going to swap the lens that it has out for a lens that's made for tracking asteroids. And up until then, it's just kind of chilling. Doesn't really do anything. The reason that I switched over to this is because it's at such a high orbit that I can just time warp very quickly here. And I'm waiting to see if a message pops up here. Do I want to do our maneuver? Yeah, fuck it. That's also at a high enough orbit that it should be fine. We're going to end up doing this maneuver twice, though. Spreadsheets online? Yeah, if you... What is beeping? It's only when I switch over to this. And when we brought it out to the launch pad, the only thing that I added to this that we didn't have before the beep was the solar panels, I think. Why are you beeping? I don't know. I don't know what the hell that is. Scott used to play EVE Online, and I don't know if he still does. My other little brother, Justin, used to play it too. Justin was actually who got me into EVE Online back when I played. I think I did maybe 3 or 4 years at the very beginning of that game's life. And then I came back to it for about a year. Jason Man, one of our mods, had pointed out yesterday that they are doing some sort of like alien invasion. So I'm trying to find somebody that I know that plays the game that can fill me in on what the hell's going on, because it sounds fucking amazing. Hello, Isley. Let me just double check that that maneuver is in here. Okay, good. That'd be super awkward if it weren't. I still haven't seen a message for stage recovery. Oh, you know what? I may have overlooked something very important when it comes to stage recovery. I might have fucked that up. Let's go ahead and turn this guy off. We shouldn't need him anymore. Gonna just have to let these guys rotate around. So what I think I overlooked with stage recovery, I'm pretty sure that my re-entry periapsis has to be lower than 35k for stage recovery to actually do its job. And the second part of our test for this guy is whether the 2 retro rockets that I have on here can take it from this high of an orbit and lower its orbit so that it can re-enter. So we'll go ahead and give that a shot now. Bye-bye! They're very powerful, but I don't know if they're powerful enough. We definitely increased our orbit. So let's mouse over it. No, they are not powerful enough. So I do need to edit this. I need to give it an additional set, at least. Let's see, if I set them as the target, then I can actually get its PE. Oh yeah, it's still way out there in space. Bummer. I hate debris. We're gonna have to send something up to take care of that one, unless we end up reloading the other save. Because I don't think that I got their pod re-entering low enough. Which sucks. And that's also strange. I haven't got messages for any of the boosters for this yet. Oh no. Okay. So the stage that was destroyed was the upper stage for the tourist vessel, which is really weird, but it's a $4,000 stage. What are you gonna do? Who cares? If anything, I should take the I should just take the parachutes off to cut our losses down a little bit. So let's set our target over to these chaps. What the fuck are you up to? Yeah, they're almost at PE right now, but they're not going to be at a low enough altitude. They're technically still on rails. Stage recovery won't be able to actually grab them, so they won't do a... it won't affect their orbit, but they are going to have to go around one more time. They just went screaming through the atmosphere for no reason. Melting very nicely? Oh no, is it really hot where you are too? Thankfully, I've been lucky so far. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to this one. Because I think we have enough monopropellant that we can fix this, and if not, we do have three retro rockets that we just that we can use in an emergency situation. So I'm gonna burst backward with our remaining monopropellant in the hopes that I can get our PE down to under 35. Might even be 32, I'm not sure. Been living in your shower? Oh no. I'm gonna take it all the way down to 30 because I can't remember if it was 35 or 32. I'm gonna try that. Okay. Do we have anything else out here? We really don't have a whole lot out in space right now. What the hell is this? Oh god. No heat, stop. Oh right, this is our little, this is another one of our telescopes. This one we don't actually look through to take photographs. I forgot about this little guy. Hi little feller. We're just gonna use it to time warp. Keeping an eye on our messages up here. Might have to do this again later, but I'm gonna go ahead and just delete what we have, because we're up to like 103 messages. That seems excessive. Probably shouldn't be deleting these while I'm waiting waiting on one to come in. Okay, let's do some time warping here. Whee! This little thing is gonna puke all over. See, now this spin here is why I'm not using the flight computer from Remote Tech to get our other, like our camera telescopes on target anymore. Otherwise our camera is spinning just the way that the same way that this one is. Not too big of a deal for this little guy, but kind of a big deal when we're trying to actually get a look at something. Makes it a bit of a bitch. Thankfully we learned from this one that's going to be a problem. So still time warping, just waiting for those guys to re-enter. Unless I've already deleted their message. Nope. They're right there. They're at about 92 kilometers. And it looks like they're going to hit the upper atmosphere over the desert launch site. So we'll keep going. At 100x time warp. That sucks so bad. Too hot. Far too hot. Still no message. I'm really hoping that stage recovery is actually able to do this. But I do not know. Okay, if we come back around to daytime, then we've done one complete orbit, a higher orbit than the vessel, and we just have to assume that it's not going to be able to do it. Oh, I'm on point 4 of JNSQ. Thank you, Isley. I totally forgot. And the current version is 0.7? Well, fuckles. Does not look like stage recovery is going to be able to grab them from 29. So I wonder if it was 25? Let's go ahead and wait until the tourist vessel is back out in space. I'm going to do one more adjustment, and then after that, fuck it. You can tell by the sun. Oh, the flare is separate now. Yeah, I haven't got around to upgrading the sun or anything yet. I guess I'll take it down to 20. I kind of don't think they're gonna survive, but that's what we're here to find out, right? Okay, so we're gonna take it down to 21.8. Hopefully that's good enough. Out of monopropellant. Let's go ahead and close that. Switch off of it again, hopefully for the last time. Let's just go to the one that's out in a really high orbit. Crank away on time warp a bit, y'all. Getting some pretty damn good views from orbit today, though, aren't we? Okay, there's a message. And verdict is, nope. Stage recovery wasn't able to grab them. So we need to modify the design so that stage recovery is able to do that. That's really weird though. Terminal velocity of 8.19. We did have a pilot. There was, oh yeah, I guess I didn't have any fuel left on it. Burned up in the atmosphere? Bummer. Okay. So that's why I made that save. Because I wanted to know if stage recovery could do it, and apparently it cannot. So we're going to go back to day 5, hour 4. And we'll just deorbit the damn thing ourselves. Okay, so this time we do have a maneuver coming up for the telescope, that one that I was kind of debating on whether to even go ahead with it. So I want to schedule a re-entry for in the future after that takes place. So I want to start out with a PE of probably 50 or 55 just for safety. And then I want to look at my projection for where we're going to land. And I kind of want that to be out in the daytime. So I'm going to delay re-entry. Let's delay re-entry for like 3 hours or so. Because it looks like these guys are pretty damn close to dawn. And I'm going to aim for the main center. I'm going to overshoot it by a little bit. I don't have a flight computer, so we'll just add an alarm for it. Oh, it looks like I'm going to delay it by just over 2 hours. Hopefully that's enough. If not, if that won't be out in the day, then we'll put it off. But we'll just wait a little bit longer. Let's switch over to the space telescope. We know that we're going to deorbit that manually, so it doesn't matter when we do it. Don't need saves or anything like that anymore. But our next maneuver is the circularization burn for this guy. Oh, you know, now that we switched over to this, that damn beep. It wouldn't bother me if I had any idea what the hell it was. I literally have no clue. What the fuck is beeping on this thing? Now that we switch back over to this, though, we're gonna need 300 meters a second of DV. I think I might switch it up, because we know that this is just gonna end up being debris. Question is, will I have an active connection when we get out to here? All I want to do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. I think we'll take out that and that. I'm going to have this thing hold program. And I'm going to get up to basically where our node was, so I can just refer to this information down here. And I want to separate from this at AP. And I'm hoping that then the retro rockets will be able to deorbit the damn thing. Because if I'm fully circularized, I'm just leaving it up there as debris, which I do not want. And then we'll circularize on the next go-round. So I think we're at 8 seconds to AP. I want it to be as efficient as possible. Then I'm going to click on our maneuver node that we previously had, and I'm just going to delay it by one more orbit. And then we'll feed the new one into the flight computer. So that'll be about 2 hours from now. Figures it's going to be right after we deorbit the tourist vessel, so I might delay them and let them stay up for another entire orbit, just so that we don't have a conflicting set of maneuvers there. Then our debris here, if I set it as my target, yeah, okay, that way it's definitely going to terminate back into the atmosphere or smash into the ground. It's very important to me when we design these things that we don't end up with a shitload of debris. We're going to have a shitload of persistent flights. It's going to look like we have Kessler syndrome, but I want to make sure that we don't actually, have that problem. So I think that'll be okay. And we can go ahead and just click anywhere on that thing's orbit. Maybe. I want to deselect my target now. There we go. Unset target. Okay, so everything else looks okay. We do have a little bit of a radial burn that we're going to have to do to circularize, and that's usually because my maneuver node isn't right where it's supposed to be, right on AP. So that's pretty fucking close. I think we'll update our flight computer for that maneuver. Okay, cool. That puts it at 3 hours. With the additional delay, I think that'll be just fine. And then we won't interfere with the tourist vessel. So back over to the tourist vessel. Let's get these guys back home and get their money. We need it. We did not recover a whole lot of that previous vessel that we just built. So that cost us like what, $70,000 out of our own pocket. I'm gonna go ahead and clear all these. Bye-bye. And I'm still not really sure why stage recovery is so inaccurate. I'm guessing that it's because of the scaled system that we're on. It's the only thing that I can think of that is really changed. So we could either overcompensate with parachutes and see if that'll be enough for it to actually successfully recover these things, or we can just say fuck it and stop trying to make things like the maneuvering stage, the upper stage, recoverable, and mainly focus on just making them cost effective, make them cheap. So, these guys gotta go around a ways. Hopefully they don't boil off too much fuel. Hopefully we also don't get hit by a deorbiting maneuvering stage for that satellite. That would be a hell of a thing. I've only really had 2 accidental collisions that I can think of off the top of my head. One of them on takeoff with this monstrous relay that I was putting up, and another one when we were doing a little bit of a tour on stream of a huge station that we put up in one launch, when another piece of something like collided with the station. Yeah, it could be that too. Maybe it's preventing them from deploying. I thought that it just kind of... because it's compatible with modded parachutes, so I thought that it would just disregard that and work as normal if it were attached to them, but I don't know. In the end, we could easily test that any time that we have a re-entry like this about to take place. We could just delete tweak sheets and see if it solves it. We would have 2 independent tests, the maneuvering stage and the manned stage. But I think first I'll try to over-engineer a recovery method. We'll go with just more parachutes. Because right now, I'm doing it the way that I would do in a stock solar system or on GPP, where I'm aiming for like 0.2 meters a second less than terminal velocity. So we'll just aim higher and see if it works. Not a bug. What do you mean? Oh, the tweak shoot thing? I don't think it should interfere with the way that stage recovery works, though. Because all they did was add a line. They changed the minimum pressure and the full deploy altitude. So I wouldn't think that that would fudge up stage recovery, but I don't really know. Replace maneuver nodes. There's already a node on the flight path. What? Huh? I have no idea what the fuck that thing's talking about. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Okay, so we are overshooting the main space center. Everything looks fine to me. I don't know what the hell that thing's talking about. What's our time to burn? 20 seconds until the burn. I don't think that we're going to need our monopropellant, but just in case, let's go ahead and open this. I think we have plenty of fuel that if it were to get messed up, we would be just fine. Hello? Start the burn. Fine, I'll do it my fucking self. Oh, right. I don't have a flight computer. Yeah. That's okay. So we can get rid of that node entirely. All we really had to do is hold a retrograde and kind of eyeball it. I don't know how much to overshoot by. I'm totally guessing. I'm actually guessing that this is going to be a little bit too far, but it seems like our follow-up maneuvers that we're going to do here, where we flip around to prograde, generally also lower our re-entry PE. So I think it'll be okay. And we're going to do the same thing that we did last time, but hopefully more efficiently. I want to flip us around to retro. We're going to separate from the maneuvering stage, which apparently is going to be burned up because we can see into the future. Separate from it, and then we'll just stay on this as the active vessel and do the re-entry ourselves. Oh, do you have somebody that you want to promote? Go for it, Anadin. That's what the streamer command is for. Bye, little guy. And we're just going to continue through our turn here. Looks like I'm going to be upside down, so I think I'm going to use some of our monopropellant to start us into a spin, too. Because I want my belly pointed toward the ground, and I want my heat shield pointed toward the atmosphere. So let's see if we can coordinate these things. Critical Role. Is that the D&D thing, or is it just a somewhat similar name? Oh yeah, cool. Critical Role is a lot of fun. Apparently I wasn't following it before because I'm a deviant. Throw them a follow. Do you guys know Vanna? Hurry up. You hold retro. Let's finish this spin. See if I can remember her name. I don't think there were any numbers in it. Was it Vanarama? No, it wasn't that. Let me see if I can find it. There's a gal that I used to watch all the time on GTA 5 roleplay, who's really freaking cool, and she's on Critical Role. Her name is Havana. And I can't remember her fucking channel name. It's been a minute. Oh my god, I'm following too many people. I'm okay with it. I'm just saying. I'm not seeing it. I'll have to grab a link off of Twitter. So I see her posting on Twitter all the time, but I think she streams mostly late nights, and since I start like really early on in the day, I go to bed pretty early too. Kind of go hand in hand. At least usually I do. Lately I haven't been. Lately I've been staying awake way too late. Well, I don't think she's on right now, but yeah, I'll have to grab that. She's really cool, and she's on, she does Critical Role. I think she's on a couple of things for that channel. Or for the, whatever the organization that does Critical Role is, I can't remember the name of it. Still looking. Here, let's get some physics warp going while we go through the upper atmosphere while I'm off on another monitor fucking around. And if she changed the name of her channel, then I'm totally boned. I have no idea what it might be. Yeah, I scrolled up and down my whole follow list. I don't know. Geek and Sundry, there we go. Oh, they're independent now. They're their own thing now, huh? Alright, so we know that we wanted to oversize this heat shield a bit, and I never did get around to it, and I probably never will. But I'm gonna leave RCS toggled on. Since we have tourists on board, we're also re-entering at a higher altitude than what we tested it at, so it should be a little bit more safe. Free. Yeah, good for them. That's awesome. I do like a lot of this stuff from Geek and Sundry, though. There were those guys. I only knew about them because of Felicia Day and watching the guild. Then doesn't. Oh god damn it! What is his name? Then oh god, it's called Tabletop, but I can't remember the main dude's freaking name. Do a lot of board games, and I really like that one. I haven't seen any new content on that one in a while, though. So that's that adapter heating up. Don't want that, but nothing I can really do about it. I'm leaving the bay doors open on purpose, hoping that they'll try to use monopropellant to keep us on target, and then we'll also lose just a little bit of weight by venting it, and also hopefully be able to keep that heat shield forward, because we do have kind of a habit of being pushed aside a little bit. I need more weight on the back of this. Typically, I don't re-enter with this open, though, so hopefully it won't be a problem. I think that it's close enough to the heat shield that it'll be fine. But I want the larger heat shield just to protect this fairing that's overheating here a little bit better. We've tested this several times, though, so fingers crossed. Hopefully everything goes as planned. We're down to about an hour before the second maneuver on the space telescope, so we'll probably get that out of the way too. And then we'll go and look at our contracts and see what else we can do. How you doing, Norway? Welcome to the channel. We're just coming home from a little tourist mission and putting up some telescopes. I don't know. I'm kind of running out of reasons to keep that to keep tweak shoots. To be honest, I think I will take it out and we'll do some testing with stage recovery without tweak shoots and see if that does solve the problem. Because I do like the goal of the mod, but if I have to choose between tweak shoots or stage recovery, I want to go stage recovery, honestly. Sounds like fun. This is like the most nervous I get playing this when I've got tourists on board. The whole mission's done. We've already paid to launch the little shits, and whether we get our money back or not all relies on how this one thing goes. But otherwise, yeah, pretty fun. Doesn't look like I overshot quite far enough for us to actually get to the Space Center, and it looks like I'm also pointed a little bit south of it. Now, we did get pushed aside, but we're going slow enough that it shouldn't matter. We've also started to vent that remaining monopropellant, so I'm happy about that. I think I'm going to coast a little bit longer, and then we'll go ahead and separate from the heat shield. Bye, little guy. And we'll deploy our chutes. And I just wanted to coast a little bit longer so that we get just that much closer, just a hair closer. We're within 50 kilometers of the Space Center, but not quite as close as I was hoping to get. And then we'll coast a little bit closer just by the nature of this vehicle being made of spaceplane parts, so they do count as kind of a lift surface. Cook the tourist. There we go. Doing pretty good, Richards. How are you doing? So how far are we? We're about 40 kilometers away. That's not that bad. Bye, heat shield. There's full deployment of the drogue chute. We don't have lander legs. I tried to put some on with rotors, but the heat shield that I needed for them was such a pain in the ass that I just took them off, and we decided that we would leave this attached to any of our inline lower passenger capacity transports. This guy we're just going to land on the two crew compartments and these two adapters. It looks like our parachutes are pretty well balanced now, though. We're landing mostly flat. We had a problem with our nose pointing down quite dramatically on previous builds. So we've just kind of been adjusting it as we go. And touchdown. Excellent. We'll go ahead and recover those guys. Send a truck out to pick them up and grab their pod. Ah, damn it. You know, I totally forgot. Now we have the ability to grab soil samples. I should have hopped out and I should have grabbed a stinking soil sample. I forget I did. Alright, so no signs from that. We are up to $300,000 though. We did get our first star for Bob, our scientist. He came along with these guys because we had an extra seat open, and he hasn't been into an orbit yet. So he did get the Mach 4 ribbon. He also got the Kerbin Orbit ribbon, as well as the Passenger Transport ribbon. And now he's back home. It is daytime, so I think I want to work on our car. Even though we have a maneuver coming up. Yeah, rip science. That's okay, though. We'll get 12 signs from something else. We also have a Hubble facsimile that we want to put up into orbit. But I want to work on our car because we've upgraded some of our facilities. I think we can cheese some more science out of them now. And we also... Let's see, is that the best car we have? Wow, we haven't worked on the car since we had a 30-part limit, huh? Well, shucks. Oh yeah, this is a way old one. What the hell? I thought we upgraded this. Am I tripping? Did I save it in the other editor? No, these look like pretty much the same shit as this. I guess we didn't save it, or I don't know. Alright, well, we'll just come back over here. Methinks. We no longer need intakes. We also no longer need this guy. In fact, we no longer need this, our fuel. And we'll just re-add the science experiments. So, should I do a structural part? I need for this to be able to carry crews, so we do need a crew cabin, and then I also want the scientists to be able to hop out the back. So I want a hatch. For sure. Oh, the ribbons are part of Final Frontier, yeah. And they just, they're just a flavor thing. They just, they're awarded for achieving certain little things while out on mission. I'm gonna want that, and I'm gonna want that. And I do believe it's in the proper orientation. That can go. I think we have better options now. Matter of fact, it wouldn't be crew passable anymore, but we wouldn't really have any reason to transfer crew from the front of the vessel to the back of the vessel. So I think that would be okay. I think I'm going to detach that. I don't know, maybe. Let's see how it looks first. Because I'm thinking that the Universal Storage 2 options might be a good way to go for the car now, because they're so damned compact. And I thought that the hub was here in structural, but I'm not seeing it. Make an armored personnel carrier? I'm all about it. Where the fuck are they then? Oh, they're right here. They're in payload. So if we went with the 8-way core... Oh, that does have a crew tube. So that wouldn't actually interfere with this being crew passable. I like that. I wonder if the other one does. Oh, the other one does too, and it won't make it look all funny. Let's get rid of that one. We'll go with this one. I don't know for sure if we're going to need 2 of them, but I'm going to add 2 for now. And now that we have that, we don't need this anymore. I do want to keep the experiment storage units. I do want to get rid of that, though. Actually, what kind of laboratories do we have at the moment? We have a mobile processing lab. We have a OPT lab. If I could build the car out of a lab, I would be even happier. Because then nobody has to actually hop out. I'm definitely down with that one over the other version, just because it's so much smaller. We also have a Mark III mobile processing lab. I don't know if I can turn that into a decent looking car. I don't think I have a Mark II cockpit. Frick no, a donut. I got no Mark II cockpit. Okay, so what kind of adapters do we have? We have a Mark II structural adapter short. That might be it, honestly. Yeah, it looks like that's it. Okay then. We'll keep the Mark I cockpit. We'll get rid of the crew cabin. That is a huge fucking car, though. Don't know if I like it. Ooh, it's got its own airlock. So we don't need that. I guess there's upsides and there's downsides to it. So how many people can we fit in here? 2? So that would be enough for a scientist and for the tourists that we're taking around. The fact that it's wider is going to make attaching wheels a little bit easier. But unless I make it a tricycle, it's the Mark I that I'm not liking the most out of this. Let's take a step outside. We can grab all that again fairly simply. I wonder if I have a Mark II that I can upgrade. We only have 175 science right now. We are using community tech tree, so we have quite a few nodes that we need to cover. If I go for subsonic flight, we do not get a Mark I cockpit, unfortunately. If we go for supersonic flight, we get a couple of different ones. Ooh, I like that. For a car. And the hope is that eventually, some iteration or version of this car will eventually become our moon rover. And having a mobile laboratory attached to it would be just great. So, like, I could totally see that as the cockpit that we would use on a rover. Allowing for utility in both vehicular and aerospace applications. It's even designed for it. Holy shnikes. Then again, if we go with the shuttle cockpit, we could use the Mark III laboratory, and that would be just fine too. Mark II... See, these are more aerodynamic, and which kind of means they're going to be longer. And then outside of that, what do we got down here? We had different kind of... Oh, that one's just a nose cone. Never mind. I was going to say we have a different kind of Mark III. And it is a Mark III, but it's not a crew cab. I don't know. I think advanced aerodynamics is going to be the way to go for the multi-purpose cockpit. I'm going to grab it. That cost us 160. We're down to 15.4 science. And I believe that the probe cores for Mark II, I'm pretty sure that they're remote tech compatible. Not that it would matter for a vehicle, but we may actually use the vehicle for autonomous movement. So I think I'm just going to add it anyway, even though it's not really necessary for the science car. And I want to start out with this guy. I kinda dig it. Definitely a hell of a lot shorter since it won't require that adapter anymore. I'm gonna go to the wrong tab several times, and then I'll finally come back in here and add the mobile processing lab. If I can figure out how to rotate. Oh yeah. Okay, let's grab that airlock. I think that was in utility. Was it in structural? It was in structural. Oh, it doesn't look like it's an actual airlock. It's an airlock adapter. So I'm still going to want to grab our airlock. Unless we have another one. Yeah, I don't see one. I was looking to see if we had any, like, short, you know, like, bays. I don't see any. Kind of a bummer, because then we could just open up the doors and put all of our experiments internal, rather than attaching them to the sides. If I do, actually, it would be under payload, wouldn't it? Probably help if I go to the right tab for what I'm looking for, right? Ah! We do have a Mark II service bay. It's not exactly what I was looking for, but I think we can make it work. Now, is there an option in here for only one of these doors to open, so that I can attach stuff to the other door? Damn. Because what I really wanted was one that would just open at the top. I don't know, we might be able to get a little bit of extra utility out of the bottom one opening. The problem is when this swings open and closed, we also have to have our wheels clear the ground enough for it to do that. It's gonna pop us up in the air. I might just wait on the bay, since all I see is this one. That's part of Mark II expansion. The other problem with this is it would no longer be crew passable unless I were to put an airlock on both sides of it, and I don't think the backside airlock is going to be able to fit in there. I guess I could put the airlock and a ladder. But they certainly open really wide, don't they? Oh, Maddie P, 2109. Welcome to the stream. I mean, I do have a deploy limit. That might work. If it only opens so far. Okay. Let's see what we can do with this. I don't think we need that anymore. That adapter. Although I might throw it on the back just to make it look a little bit better. Let's go and check out what wheel options we have. I think I want these guys. I only have 2 that are motorized, as far as I'm aware. The rest of these are freewheel, and I don't really want just freewheel stuff. So, yeah, we'll probably go with these guys. Gotta make sure that they're attached in mirrored symmetry, and I want to make sure that they're also attached to the same angled surface. So even though these are going to go back here, I'm going to attach them to this part just to make sure, because I'm pretty sure that this is the same angle all the way. Hopefully that'll make it more stable. We're going to upsize them if we can. It doesn't look like we can. Balls. That really wrecks their utility. But I don't know if I want to go with these guys. I know that I can resize these ones, but they suck ass at turning. They're frackin' terrible. What the hell? So, at first here, I'm definitely going to concentrate on the wheels. And I want to make sure that these back ones are perfectly aligned with the front ones. And then we'll just move them backwards to wherever we want them. I guess that's as far back as I can really go before we start to clip into this back part here. Then, to get out of this monster, if we were to use the back door to get out of it, which we probably would because the front door on the cockpit points directly upward, and same with the laboratory. I'm not really comfortable flipping either of them upside down. I think the safest place for us to enter and exit the vehicle from outside would be over here, but actually, I don't think it's gonna work that way. Shit. Bollocks. Because our wheels aren't actually low enough. Alright, well, we'll just make it super tall, I guess. Let's go ahead and reposition these. I want them at least low enough so that the doors of this will clear the ground, because I need to open them wider. I don't think their fat curveball heads are gonna be able to fit through there. And we'll do the same thing that we did previously, where we just line these up by clipping them into one another, eyeballing it. And we'll put them up to where we actually want them. He's a goofy, long-legged beast, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, let's go back over to our deployment limit here. And I want to know if a Kerbal can actually get in and out of that. To be able to do that, we do need an airlock. Someday I'll remember where these things are. I'm gonna check its orientation on the back of the vessel, and then I'll move it to where I need it. See, I kind of had it, like, sideways there. Is that right setup? I think it's upside down. Yeah, I think that's right. So this will actually attach in here. We'll get rid of the mounts for it. Then we're gonna need a ladder too. Why would you do that, Slush? I don't even know if I have ladders unlocked. I might be fucked from the gate. Oh, nice. It's a mobility enhancer, my bad. Okay, that's definitely not the way that I want that, but it is where I want it. Alright, everybody load up. Let's go see how this thing does, just as is. I guess we need batteries and shit though, don't we? Open. I guess I could actually move that internal as well though, couldn't I? Because I think I'm gonna go for the capacitor. It's just so hard to beat. Get the fuck up here. Thank you. Okay, that should be plenty of power storage, I think. We'll figure out what to do with the tail end of this. I might actually throw that adapter that I didn't want to use up here onto the back of it so that we can move the wheels back behind the bay. Because I don't want its butt just open and exposed like that. It's funky looking. Someone who actually knows how to play. No, we played... Hell, I don't even know. Just guessing, I think we're over 2,000 hours total in Kerbal Space Program. It's been quite a while since we played, though. Vast majority of those hours were in alpha and beta, and then we came back at version 1.4 after version like 0.24, and now we're back again trying out JNSQ. Wow, so either what I was designing with these wheels before was a total piece of shit, or they updated the wheels, because they were nowhere near as good at turning a vessel this size the last time that I tried them. So it's probably my bad. Last time I tried to use them, we were actually using them for the back sets of wheels on a monstrous multi-ton semi-truck trailer. And I tried to use them as other for front wheels and everything too, and they were terrible. Or absolutely bad. And then I tried them on a car once too, and they just wouldn't turn. Like they looked like they wanted to turn, but they didn't actually, like the vehicle didn't turn. Okay, so let's just hit the brakes real quick. I want my rear brakes to be more powerful than my front brakes. So I'm just going to bump those up a little bit. And then I want spring and damper. I want to take that off of auto. I think the spring is probably okay where it is. Let's do that at like 1.5. Damper, I want it like 2. I want this thing to be fairly rigid. I don't want it to wobble quite as much as it does right now. I'm just real nervous about those sharp turns. So let's also disable steering on the back. Oh, now we're making progress. Let's get a little bit of speed. I kinda dig it. It's not a race car, that's for sure. Let's go over some bumps. But for this early on in the tech tree, I'm definitely on the right track. Now I'm gonna have to weight the shit out of this thing. Like, this is gonna have to be far, far heavier than it is right now for us to actually use it on the moon. Oh my god. Death and destruction. Okay, so we need either a shorter wheelbase so that we don't bottom out coming down a hill, or they just need to be moved further down the vessel. We'll go ahead and adjust the springs and dampers too. They are pretty fragile. This is why I didn't go and add all the experiments and everything quite yet. It's just kind of a waste of time until we figure out exactly where the wheels are going to be. Might even need an extra set of wheels on the back for a little bit more stability. But I'm hoping that just moving them down and adjusting the shocks will help keep our belly off of the ground when we go over a hill like that. So back ones, I want to up the brakes just a little bit higher than the front ones. I want it to nose down when I brake. I don't want it to, kind of like when you're on a bicycle, I wouldn't want to hit the front brakes full on. And just in case we're heading downhill or anything like that, I want to make sure that I'm dragging the front to a stop rather than trying to do an all stop on all 4 of them and, you know, influencing a roll. Then for the back ones, disable steering. Spring and damper. I want to go all the way up on the back ones, I think. Spring strength, I want to take up a little bit. Damper all the way up on the front ones, but the spring strength can stay down a little bit because I do kind of want it to shoulder into turns. And I might undo that later so that the whole thing kind of pivot, would turn over to the side and stay parallel rather than this one being a little bit looser than that one. I'm hoping that we'll actually gain some stability that way though. And I don't know about an extra set on the back here, an extra set of wheels. But if I am going to add them, I probably want a structural adapter. And then these back wheels would come behind the bay there. I guess that thing's... yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just structural, so it's just a hollow tube. That wouldn't really count as crew passable in my book, but I don't want that on there until after we decide whether we need to move the rear wheels back. And even if we do, I'm still thinking we'll probably have a front set of wheels, then we'll have a middle set of wheels, so that we don't bottom out, because I don't want to rub my belly on the ground while we're driving. And then we'll have a rear set of wheels. Front wheels will be in charge of steering, and the back two just for push. I think we can even freewheel them. I can't really remember. There weren't anywhere near this many options when it comes to like wheels and stuff when I first played, and that was where I had most of my experience with rovers, which is honestly why I don't use rovers anymore. Because they take fucking forever to get anywhere, and they're just too problematic. Like, I never really knew when they were going to just eat shit for no reason. Let's check out our lights too. Yeah, cool. It looked like it had integrated headlights. I really like that. We'll still probably add a spotlight, and we'll still probably add surface lighting, because we would, we want to illuminate everything around this vessel when we're out on the moon. And I want to do pretty much the exact same set of tests that we did last time. I want to get, as much speed built up as I can. It looks like 17 meters a second is going to be our speed limit. Maybe higher. Still climbing. And then I want to try going over that hill. It's kind of our tolerance there. I want to see if is it the wheels on the front collapsing when we go over that hill, or is it the hill hitting the bottom of this? I think the back is hitting the hill when the front wheels hit the ground down on the flatland here, and that's causing the front to kind of get pinched into the ground. So if that's the case, then we either need an extra set of wheels on the back, or we need the back set of wheels to be moved further back. But to narrow it down, I'm just going to get rid of the part in the back that might be part of the issue. The other thing is the front wheels just might not be far enough forward. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to perform the test because I totally got rid of the adapter. Oh, shit. My poopy. Poor Jeb is like the only survivor on any of these. Trying to avoid the tracks. I only have 200 electric charge, and all 4 of these wheels are motorized. So I'm hoping to get lined up with a different hill that's closer. But I gotta get there first, don't I? Let's see if we can get over to that one. We're not doing too bad. We might be able to make it to the next hill. It's definitely the freaking wheels. Well, that sucks. What the hell can I do to make those stronger? There's like nothing I can do. That's just a part stress tolerance thing, I think. And I wonder if that goes up based on their size. Are these going to be more robust if I increase their size? If not, then they're just not going to be an option, unfortunately. I'm not sure if I had angle snap enabled when I put the back ones on, so I'm just going to reattach them. And then I wonder if clipping part of the shocks into the vehicle the way that I am is also making them little funky. Don't really know about the part colliders for this kind of a thing. Mr. Dutch guy, how are you doing? We're doing pretty well. We're working on a car. We got a couple of telescopes up today. We successfully completed 3 tourist missions in 1. We had launched those a couple of days ago. These are connected by magic right now. We'll take care of that later. I want to get them into the position that I want them in, and I want to see if they're going to be stable. And this time I'm leaving them far enough away from the body of this. I want to see if these are going to collapse if we take them out and we do the same thing that we were doing. I also want to go into electrical and I want to re-add that capacitor. Because that shouldn't have any negative impact on our tests here. What were you up today, Mr. Dutch guy? Playing some curveball again? Nice, we're playing curveball. I gotta stop by. It's been a while. Shit. Actually, since I made a copy of the one of these should be disabled, right? Oh, did I redo both of them? Okay, so we'll just up the brakes. I think that, yeah, that's reflected in symmetry. Disable steering on those. I'm not going to worry too much about the shocks or anything this time. We are quite a bit lower. The wheels are a little bit closer together, though, since they're larger. Let's see how she does. Nope. I still think it's the wheels eating it on me. I don't know what to do about that. Hi, baby. It's really a shame that the other kind of wheels aren't tweakable. But I might have to wait until we really put any effort into this until I have an appropriate set of wheels to throw them under there. Because I do have these guys, and I thought that they would be perfect for it. That's, like, really what I wanted them for. But I can't size these appropriately. They're just going to be these little tiny wheels no matter what I do. And I don't think that's going to work for our mobile lab. We could slow down, but when we design something like this, we want to design it so that it can do what we wouldn't normally do. Hey, get back on there. And I can't disable auto strut, huh? So I'm gonna go with a higher spring strength so that it holds us up a little bit higher. And all I really changed there is I enabled rigid attachment. Well, I thought I did. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, that'll definitely be the next step. Go for 2 sets of wheels on the back. Because there's only so wide we can go on the wheelbase. We want to make sure that the front wheels aren't so far away from the back set of wheels that we're going to rubber belly on the ground, going over bumps. So 3 wheels just might do the trick. I thought I disabled steering on you, but I guess I did not. Because I'm sure we can get a better set of wheels later on where we wouldn't have to worry so much about our speed. I do like how stable it is outside of the spontaneous combustion. I'm at about 20 meters a second this time. Going uphill doesn't seem to be the problem. Another thing that helps is not hitting those hills straight on. But sometimes we really don't have a choice, especially if we were to take this up to the moon, which doesn't really matter for now. For now, it's just a science car, and we're just going to use it to kind of putt around the facility here. But eventually, we need this thing to be a monster. We're going to have to make it so that it can either right itself in case of a flip. We need extra parts on it in case we damage anything like solar panels and whatnot later on. We're probably going to have to add some fuel and a fuel cell so that I can operate at night. Additional lighting as well as all of our experiments. I was at about 22.9. I didn't have any real issue at 20 meters a second though. So let's start there. Let's see if we just assign a speed limit and stay under it, if it does a little bit better. But I can't tell if I hit the... I may have hit the cockpit on the hill there, too. That would actually make a lot of sense. If I took that corner where the wheels are going to be lower than the belly like this, it's still got enough clearance. I guess our speed limit is going to be somewhere under 20. And that shouldn't be too bad because we're going to add a lot of weight to this as we add equipment to it. We're going to make it into kind of a utility vehicle. And I'm trying to hit the same part of the hill that we've hit before at roughly the same angle that we've hit before, so that we can actually duplicate results. Steering-wise and everything, it's actually kind of fantastic. Like, I haven't really been worried about it tipping over on the flatland if I go for a hard turn. So wheelbase-wise, we're looking pretty good side to side. Oh, I destroyed my front wheel. Boo. And I don't know of anything that I can do about that other than modify the parts so that they're stronger, but I hate doing that. I don't think I'm gonna. So I don't know, might wait for us to get a more powerful set of wheels before I actually add a whole lot of stuff to this. I don't think that these are going to work for our moon rover though, especially if we're going to add weight to it. Let's go back into the VAB. And actually, I think this would be a good part for us to start out on tomorrow. The flea boosters, is there a way to trigger their separation when you stack them? Not without a decoupler. You want a decoupler. Otherwise, I do think that you can destroy them. Let's go ahead and just update that save for tomorrow. Let's go over to pods right quick. Because that's a good question. And I've seen people stack them without a decoupler, but I've never tried it. So let's try it. Oh, what am I doing? Go to new. Don't save. because I'm thinking that the ignition of the next engine should destroy that. And then just take over from there. I was gonna add control surfaces, but I don't even know where the hell I would put them on this thing. Unless I put them in duplicate all the way up the side of it. Want one that's just about the same height as the booster itself. This is gonna get weird. But I'm very curious. It's a very good question. Seems a bit too violent. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe that's what you would need to have happen before somebody would be like, you know what? We should probably have a fucking decoupler in there. But as far as a way to save them, no, I'm not aware of any way to save them. If you get stage recovery, then you're going to be using quite a few extra parts. Yeah, it kind of half-ass works. Can't think of any other way that you would get away with it, though. Honestly, though, what I do to get over that part, because that part doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, where you're stuck with, you know, one parachute, no decoupler, all you have is that little guy. There's two things that I'm doing now. We use a mod called Community Tech Tree, which restructures the tech tree, just to get a little bit more out of our science playthroughs. And then we also are now using a mod called Probes Before Crew, which restructures Community Tech Tree so that you're using probes first. And they make a little bit more sense for disposable stuff than people's. But before I do any of that, I do what I call cheese missions. So, cut the flea out of the equation. Get rid of the flea. You know that you need a person because, or if you're using probes before crew, then you know that you need your probe core. Just go down to your science tab. Hey, baby. If I can find it. You're going to need 4 of these to exhaust the science in a biome. Throw those on first. The next one I think you get is the thermometer. Throw it out on the launch pad and just grab cheese science. You can do it on the launch pad. You can transfer it over to the runway. If you have the alternate launch sites enabled, you can do it on the desert runway. You can do it on the desert launch site, the island runway. Just throw it out there. Grab that little bit of science. That'll beeline you through the first like 4 or 5 nodes without investing any money or risking anyone's life, and get you the parachutes and the decouplers. So just run all of your experiments out here, grab your crew reports, you know, all that good stuff. Hop out, get an EVA report, and then recover the vessel. Costs you nothing. You don't get much out of it, but you get enough to get through those first couple of nodes, and then there's no reason not to start your first flight out with decouplers. And then another way to do a cheese mission that you can do right off of the get-go is to make a little rover. And it won't have wheels or anything, so it's a little dangerous. I guess that did cost me $15. Must have cost me $15 in electric charge or something. Might want to wait until you have a structural piece that you can put in the middle. Use your command pods as wheels. And it does kind of work. It's a little iffy. Trying to remember which parts are stock. It's been a while. And use your Q and E to rotate. But I should have reoriented this so that I can actually roll down the ramp without having to turn, because that's the hard part, turning. And there's probably somebody who's figured out a really good way to do this. So I think what I want to do... Oh no, I don't want to deactivate all SAS. I want to deactivate it on one or the other. See, I'm also using... actually, I'll probably have to put an inline reaction wheel on this. I can't actually even get them to roll for me. And I don't think that's because of our mods. Pretty sure it isn't. But then you have a pilot in the one that you're controlling from, your root part, the very first part that you chose, which for us would be over here. And then your scientists over in the other one that can reset your experiments. Of course, it doesn't do you a damn bit of good until you actually get up to your first reaction wheel, and I have no idea how long that takes on a stock game, honestly. Try it this way. So I think what I was doing is turning off my reaction wheels on one side of it with an action group so that I could pivot a little bit better, but I think you can also do it with just the WASD. And then your Q and your E are forward and backward. No, I still can't get it to roll. Wait, am I out of power or something? No, I have power. What the hell? Well, I don't know. Maybe they fixed it so that it won't work anymore. But it should work. We should be able to just roll this around. These are the Squad Mark 1 command pod, right? Yeah, weird. I don't know. Something ain't working right. But anyway, I would do the cheese missions anyway. Until you get wheels and then make a science car. You can get about 300 or 400 science, I think, around the center, depending on what science parts you have unlocked. Because every building, every part of the facility is a different biome. So that's another really great place to grab a boatload of science. But the first science that you get with just the pod and a couple of experiments. So if you bring your little probe over here, R&D is its own biome, astronaut complex, the administration building, spaceplane hangar, the VAB, the runway itself, the launch pad itself, the crawler way, the center is just out here in nowhere, and then the different parts of the tracking station and some of the different R&D buildings also count as independent biomes. The flagpole is its own biome. You can get a shitload of science just going around to these. We have a couple of extra buildings. We have the observatory over here, and you won't have that if you're not using research bodies. Actually, I think that's it, right? The rest of these, mission control, yeah, I think you'll have all the rest of these. So that's another great place to grab some initial science, but you do need wheels for it. And what I do for our first, we call it the cheese car, because it's just a cheesy way to do it. Take a couple of air intakes, make a nacelle for them so that they point forward, and throw a Juno engine on there and use just a little bit of throttle and a little bit of liquid fuel. So this is one version of our cheese car. This is that one that I was looking for, where we did finally start to use some motorized front wheels. I think I may have actually saved over the... Oh, and this was an experiment that we were doing with motors. Shit! I guess they saved over the other one that had a Juno engine on it. Let's see if I saved it over here. This is our eventual cheese probe, what it eventually turned into, which is just an entire probe that is fully recoverable. We put all of our parachutes on one side so that it lands on its side, and then we throw all of our experiments on here and just try to hit different biomes. But originally it just starts out as a probe core or a command pod, and then we throw all of our experiments on there. We do have like radial science juniors instead of the round ones, but they'll attach the same way. This is just made to hop out to another biome, deploy its chutes, set down on its side, execute all of its experiments, and be recovered. The cheese car that we were talking about. Okay, yeah, this is the one. So I've used science collection containers, or experiment storage units, for our intakes that point forward. We don't have any motorized wheels, so we're using fixed landing gear on the front, and we're using the steerable landing gear on the back for control. And then we just ignite the Juno engine, and the only downside to this is the engine noise is annoying as hell. So maybe mute the game. Or something. Hearing crabs in your house smells like it? Oh man, crab sounds really good. What kind of crab did you get? So it kind of works, it's not very stable. Couple of parts that are on this are for mods. In the middle here, we just have the I forget the name of it. Mark 0 fuel fuselage with a little bit of liquid fuel in it, and then we have a Juno engine on the back, and you just use throttle control and the brakes to control your speed. Not very stable though, a little bit heavy. Throttle up a little bit to get a little bit of speed. Coast your happy butt over to the different facilities and execute all of your experiments. The biggest trick with this one, don't bring a pilot, bring a scientist. And then your scientist can hop out and reset your experiments as you go. Alrighty guys, I'm gonna head out for the day. Let's bring that back to the VAB. Let me know in Discord if you want to do some more Kerbal Space Program tomorrow. But I think we're going to do some Pillars of Eternity and start an RPG. And then I think we're going to do like 2 days of one and 2 days of the other. Go back and forth with KSP and another game. Might not be Pillars of Eternity for long. Depends on how it goes, really. But I do think that we're going to start mixing it up a little bit so that I don't end up sitting here playing Kerbal Space Program every day for the next 6 months. You know? Yeah, no problem, Norway. And if you guys need anything, just send me up on Discord. Or send me a whisper on Twitch. I do check them whenever I notice that I have some. When you have the dashboard up, it doesn't actually show you whispers. And if I have the chat for this one up, for some reason it won't let me send whispers. It's really weird. So generally I don't notice whispers as soon as I would notice a PM on Discord or somebody mentioning something on Discord, because I only really notice my whispers if I'm watching someone else's stream, which I do quite frequently, but not as often as I have Discord up. Like, it's got kind of a permanent home in the upper left monitor. So if you want to hang out with us again, go ahead and hit follow, and we'll see you again shortly. If you're watching on YouTube, there's going to be 2 videos that are going to go up today. I'm going to put up our last stream. I think I forgot. And then I'll put up this one after that one is done. And if you want to hang out with one of my friends, just hold on. I'm going to throw out a host. We want to see who we can chill with and what they're doing. So, who is on right now? I gotta figure out why the hell that crashes when I exit too. I had that problem before in 1.4, and I did fix it, and I can't for the life of me remember how. Who's doing what? Scarlett's on. I need to talk to her. Not the Scarlett that we raided yesterday. Another Scarlett. I need to talk to her about our additional emotes. Looks like Mr. Carr is on. Another really good friend of the stream. And a soon-to-be member. Spoiler alert, soon-to-be member of the Happy Campers. Mr. Doof is on. Let's go say hi to Reed. I think he's playing squads right now in the PUBGs. I haven't caught a Reed stream in a while, though. And I miss him. So if you want to come in with it and hang out, here's a couple of direct links. There's also a button that'll come up over your chat. Definitely hit this guy's follow button. This is my favorite streamer. Like, literally hands down favorite streamer. He's got a lot of very close seconds. Mr. Car 6 is definitely one of them. Scarlett's a very awesome streamer. Most of the people that we hang out with, just the Dutch guy who gave us a raid earlier, another very awesome streamer. We know a lot of really cool fucks. But this is one of those guys that's just so chill and so pleasant that it's really hard not to want to hang out with him all the time. We're going to throw him a host. See you guys over there. Bye, guys.
Mr. President. Dan, thanks for the host. Oh my goodness.